Okay, guys, massive day in the market. Me and the team in my room today had an amazing session. And I just want to talk over why, because as you might have seen, I posted on Twitter, so many people currently following professional YouTube accounts, brokers, prop firms, and you're getting trapped over and over and over again. And the easiest way to lose money in this market or in any market is to try and pick tops and bottoms. It's the easiest way to lose money, and it's very easy to do because you think price is moving up and it's too expensive and you want to get short, and you think price is moving down and it's too cheap and you want to get long. And that is exactly how you will get hammered in a market, especially one that is exiting a range. Okay, and that's something I want to go over today. So this is a 1 hour chart right here, and you will see that we've been making very clear lower highs and lower lows, but trading in a range. And finally today we broke out of this range to the downside, and when we back tested it yesterday and failed, that was your trigger that we might have more downside continuation. Now, the print this morning on the news was for a pump to dump. You had to see that by looking at your daily levels. If you weren't paying attention to your daily chart, if you were ignoring the higher time frame charts, you will have got trapped. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to go onto my indicator right here. All right, so if I just zoom out a little bit here, this morning coming into this newsprint, all right, we triggered this buy signal. Once we got above this lower time frame algo, this red line which goes blue, we were looking for buys, and we're looking for buys only up to the higher time frame algo. Okay, that's where we were looking for buys up to. At that point, the higher time frame algo is likely to come in and force a sell. So in between these levels here, we are in a liquidity build, and if we'd managed to sustain a bid above the higher time frame algo, then possibly I'd consider a continuation long. We also had this right here. This is previous day open, previous day close. So we came up and we tested, all right, the previous day open and previous day close. So on a daily chart, that is your volume, that is the body of volume. Again, on an hourly chart, that was the back test of the point of control. All right, that is all the same areas. That's where sellers will be looking to get involved, and it's not until you flip those that you are possibly looking at a potential pro trend long. So what did we do? We waited. All right, we were waiting for a reaction up here, because as volume built at these levels here, we were aware that it was going to trap buyers up there, and we were looking for a rotation back down. Now, we are not looking to sell this up here, okay? We do not need to sell this. Very simple. We're going to wait for a clear signal. So once we sold down into the lower time frame algo, we started rejecting the flow zones. We took this sell signal. We were in a multi-time frame bear trend, right? Lower time frame market conditions were bearish, high time frame market conditions were bearish, and then quite simply we were looking to attack these lows here. All right, so all pops, we were selling into all pops. All right, sell this, sell this, sell this, sell this. Notice how it starts to reject the lower time frame algo, we sell down, and then we create this IB low. Now, once we got to the IB lows, we have to respect the initial balance. So outside this initial balance, we are looking for a trend day continuation lower. We are not looking for longs until we trade inside the initial balance and we flip the flow zone. So far, there is absolutely no reason to take longs in this market. That said, right, there was a beautiful counter trend long, find my arrow, right here. And the reason for that was the daily chart. Okay, so if I flip over to a daily chart, let's try and bring this up. Move everything up for you. Okay, on this daily chart, what did we have? It's exactly what I teach in my course. We had a 5-day, 20-day cross, and the next thing we're going to do is test the lower Bollinger Band, which is this orange line, all right? So that is a short covering trigger. I don't care if you trade ICT or SMC or any of this stuff, All right, institutions are respecting these levels, okay? Anyone who tells you otherwise has absolutely no idea. Institutions will respect these levels. There's a reason why we trade from the lower Bollinger Band to the 20-day, to the higher Bollinger Band, back to the 20-day. Now we're trading from the 20-day to the lower Bollinger Band. Yes, it can extend out of it, but look how many times it holds a print outside of it. Never. It will never, ever hold a print outside of these Bollinger Bands, okay? It will need to have the 5-day trending down with it. We will get an expansion on these Bollinger Bands, and then we can move for more downside if we are going to sustain downside pressure. All right, if we're going to sustain downside pressure. So our target was clear. We were covering into the Newsweek low, and then we were looking to cover into the Bollinger Band. So to go over this yet again to show you what we got today. All right, this was a cover point. We traded back up from this cover point to where? To the IB low, to the flow zones, and we had continuation lower. Now, the only time I will now be considering a long, and to be honest, I'm done for the day. I've made my money. I don't need to do anything. This was a beautiful move down for what, 300 odd points. The only time I'm considering a long is if it can prove itself to me, which means it will need to put in a bullish pattern at a key level. We will need to see some form of tapering down here. All right, we need to go sideways, possibly run the stops first before a push up, and then potentially some continuation for a pullback back into the IB, and if it proves itself above that, then yes, we can have some more upside. But for now, this is all downside pressure. All right, just follow momentum. Stop getting trapped into what all these YouTube channels are telling to you to do, like picking these bottoms. The easiest trade will always be to follow the tail of the whale. The whale is very clearly in a sell today. If you are trying to buy this against this huge sell pressure, you are going to get crushed time and time again. You have to have a very, very set system to follow, right? My system is very clear. I sell when we're in a sell. I sell heavy when I'm in a multi-time frame bearish trend like I'm in now, and I'm not selling lows. I'm never, ever, ever selling a low, especially a low on a daily level where we're near the Bollinger Band. That does not mean it cannot extend further. Absolutely it can. But the best moves happened, and when you're trading these markets, you have to understand that you are playing against the casino. So once you've made your money, do you need to continue to participate? You don't. The best thing to do is walk away once you've made your money. All right. So now we can look for sustained downside pressure. All right. But we have to be aware of where we are on a daily level on the higher time frame prints. And like we talked about on the higher time frame prints, we are coming into key levels. All right. So this hourly now is looking somewhat extended, but it did reprice and retest this lower range of value low. So possible continuation. But for me on a Friday where I've made my money, I'm absolutely done. I just wanted to come on really to show everyone what's going on, because I think it is ignored time and time and time again, and lots of people are getting trapped. So maybe if you guys enjoy this, and there are enough comments here, maybe I'll start streaming for you in the weekdays, maybe post IB being set or near the IB being set, because those are always the easiest trades, right? That first 30 minutes, hour is really, really hard to trade, especially for newer traders. You're much better off just waiting for at least that first half an hour push, so you have the close of a 4-hour candle. That's your edge there. Have the close of a 4-hour candle and then see what is what. This is going to be the easiest way to trade, I promise you. Even if you wait for IB today, you could have taken an IB break. We tested it once. What's this? 639. If we just think about this in terms of risk reward, those are my shorts. Okay, so if you were looking for a short here on this breakout, risking IB and holding a runner until we got that candle, all right, almost a 7R trade from 619 all the way down to, let's call it 519. So 100-point trade there, risking very, very, very little, risking 15 points. All right, those are the kind of trades you need to be looking at. Same on this retest. Once it proves it's failing in here, okay, you can take the same trade and you're looking for a break of structure at the bottom. All right, so this is your pullback inside to this old range. All right, so here is your first break of structure. Let's think about this in terms of how the market moves, all right, on a lower time frame. All right, so we have flush, pullback, flush. All right, what are we going to do? Retest that, then we're looking for a break of structure. Now we are building range. All right, so it's very simple. If we get a failure to break out, maybe we can do a move like this. All right, if it doesn't fail to break out, if we get a continuation, then you're going to get something like this. Okay, that's why you have to respect the structure. You have to respect the trend. You cannot be doing what these channels are showing you and just buying dips in here, hoping structure holds. At no point today have we put in a higher high, higher low. All right, this is a pullback, which then continues lower. Okay, there is nothing here to say buy this, buy this, buy this. All right, anyone who's playing a fair value gap in here is going to get murdered because you are ignoring the trends to the downside. Okay, this is a relief bounce to sell. All right, so all pops are there to sell. Please don't be looking for longs into these situations here. This is where you'll get trapped. Just find a system, learn the system, stick to the system. It doesn't have to be mine. Doesn't have to be mine. It can be mine. If you want to learn with me, there's a link down below, and there's always a sale on for people from YouTube. I'll give you $100 off, and you do get this system with it. And I teach this, and there's 20 hours in the course. Feel free to look it up, but it doesn't have to be mine. All right, you can build a very simple system. Today, a 21 EMA would have kept you very, very safe if you just stick to that rule of all the time you are holding beneath a 21 EMA on any time frame you're looking at. It will keep you safe. All right, have a rigid system. Use trend lines. Okay, very, very simple. The trend was super strong. Okay, super, super strong, and then we've had some form of tapering. Maybe here you could say there's a taper. All right, just find a system, please, please. I get so many traders coming to me who come from SMC and ICT and all these things, and they're just guessing, you know, trying to take this pullback off this fair value gap. There's no reason to do that. It didn't prove a thing. All right, so please, please be careful. Open to any questions in the chat. Let's see if I can find the chat because I can't even see it right now. Bear with me. Sorry guys, so I'm still recovering from long COVID, unfortunately, which I've had numerous times. So if I'm coughing on the stream, I do apologize. So again, you can see Momo clouds holding us down, and I'm now expecting further prices to the downside. All right, so you have to be careful if this is going to wick out. We've got 15 minutes until we get into lunch, and I'll probably call it a day there. It's just a short stream, really, because I've seen so many people blowing up and losing today for no reason, which is a real shame. So here we go. Here's a new break of structure, more downside pressure coming right now. So you can see why sticking to a system will pay you, all right? And just trying to buy the bottoms will not pay you, okay? So we're in multi-time frame bearish momentum underneath Momo clouds. So these are just sells all day on pops. So right now, what would I be thinking about? If I'm thinking about a continuation, all right, I would want to see further prices lower, and I would want to see a pullback into that range and see a very clear rejection for continuation. All right, there's no reason for me to be thinking about anything else until it proves otherwise. If this is a failed breakout, okay, the best squeezes always happen after a failed breakout. All right, so if we can trap enough shorts in at a low, which right now does not look like it's going to happen, it may well happen, but if we can trap enough shorts in at a low and we do a failed breakout and we can pop above and then start to have a change of character and break structures to the upside, yes, then you can have a potential move to the upside, but the H1 candle has just rebalanced, right? So there's no real reason for it to do it right now. I'm just sort of scanning around at the M5 and the M15. There's no reason, you know, next up here on a daily can be way down. We can really start to get heavy now if panic starts to come into the market. We are coming into an old gap, which we have already filled, but if it wants to retest that, that's sort of 18,400. So still another 70 points of downside is possible if it wants to have trend continuation. But like I said, the best move for me has happened. That doesn't mean you should be looking for longs, right? Just because we've gone down a long way. You just need to play what is in front of you, not what you hope. Hope is not a plan, not what you think. Okay. So for those joining late, anyone joining late, we were in sells from this point here, and then we were in heavy sells once we broke underneath this lower time frame algo. All right, so we took sells here. Okay, and we had confluence in here because not only did we have a break of structure, we had this imbalance which it created, right? So we had big sell pressure, pull back into refill that sell pressure, and that was confluence with our flow zones, with the sell that would get heavy. Once we got underneath this lower time frame algo, we started having ads in all these pops all the way down, right, looking for that Newswick low. Now, the other thing we were looking at and why we thought we could sustain downward pressure is because once we had taken the Newswick low here, the ES still had a long way to go to take that Newswick candle low out, which means we were able to add sell pressure all the way down until the ES had fulfilled that, taking the Newswick low out, which it did. And then we came down to the Bollinger, and then we got our first bounce. That was our first real bounce. So you will see, even now, we are sustaining sell pressure to the downside. All right, so you should not be thinking about buys right now. All right, if you're not in sells, you should be flat. Okay, a big part of trading is knowing when not to trade. So if you're not in a sell from here, if you did not take, you know, this right here, very clean. All right, breakdown, retest, breakdown, retest, breakdown. You should be thinking about looking for something like this. But if you're not in it already, you should be flat. There's no reason to be shorting the bottoms. That's how you get trapped. I'm just going to have a look on my book map and see if there's any resting orders anywhere that I'm interested in. So the biggest order right now is at 18,450. It's 137 contracts there. So that would be acting as bid support. And we're coming into a micro volume high right here. So this is the retest. So bulls will want to be taking out this level for any upside. I'm just going to have a quick look and see where we are at with NVIDIA, which is trading at 101.80. All right, so it's down 5% on the day.
Seller sweep ES.
Tesla very heavy today as well, down 6%, down 14 points. So NVIDIA coming into that 100 level, you know, key psychological level. It'd be interesting to see how it trades once it gets there. But I mean, the market is very heavy. NVIDIA and Tesla are the weakest. Meta also. All tech is really weak. So when tech is weak, when the Mag 7 is weak, the NQ will be weak. So the only time where maybe we get a relief bounce is if NVIDIA gets to 100 and holds. You know, the VIX continues to break out, all right? Continues to break out, now approaching 2365, all right? So we put in that bottom on the VIX today once we took out the liquidity under 1920 and we reversed. That was confluence that the market was going to get heavy. So the VIX continuing to make new highs on the day. Just took out the big liquidity that it left on Wednesday and continues to push upside. Every single dip is being soaked up for more upside pressure on the VIX, which means we will just continue to trade downside. There's no reason to look for longs all the time that the VIX is pushing new highs, all the time that we are in very, very clear downtrends. All right, so part of my strategy, I'm always looking to see what the VIX does. So again, more sell pressure like we just talked about, clear breakdown, Flowzone Momo Cloud holding downside pressure. Okay, so that bid just got filled there that we were just talking about into 50. No major liquidity underneath right now, absolutely nothing above, so no reason for the market to search for higher prices. You know, trends like today are the days that I love playing. Could argue that I should have held a runner all day, but you know, I was pretty happy. I even took this short down to here, so I got the meat of the move today. So coming into that old gap fill on the daily. I might have a look at some cash gaps in a minute. So I'm going to move this onto the daily chart just so you can see it. Okay, so we're trading into this old gap currently. If I move this to a 4-hour chart, let's have a look if there's some cash gaps that got left. No cash gaps, which is good. So arguably we trade down, yeah, into this old gap, which we talked about, into the 400, which is where we had this 4-hour order block before we pushed to the upside. All right, so maybe we find some bid support down there, which is why I wouldn't be necessarily looking for shorts into these levels. M5 as well, as you can see here, just constant imbalances on the way down. All right, no reason to be looking long. Very, very strong trend. All right, so it's really important that you're paying attention to multiple time frames so that you understand what is going on. All right, so we have a clear downtrend right here. There is liquidity now above at 75, so that's someone looking to get filled on the sell. So here's your drive up. He's filled. Now we're getting some relief. Now they're starting to add upside up to 500 and 505 now. Like I said, into a new hour in the next 5 minutes. So where this hour closes is really important. You know, do institutions start covering into lunch and start taking a day off? You have to start thinking about things like this. What do higher time frame institutions want to do? So the best long, and I don't think we'll necessarily get it today, but the best long would occur if we think about this as where we had a break of structure. If we trade back up to the upside now and we start sustaining bids above this, we can start using the liquidity. So if we start using sort of this liquidity and we start getting a tapering that sort of films like this, right, then this here becomes a possible valid entry, but you really have to give this time to build out. All right, just like trying to have bids down here can be very, very, very dangerous, right? Because price action is absolutely to the downside currently. can always think about anchored VWAPs as well. Let's put one on from the top. All right, so potentially we trade back into these ranges at some point today, but you know, it's just a potential. There's absolutely no reason for it to have to need to do that. The easiest longs for me will come if the flow zone starts to flip, if we start to produce higher highs, higher lows, if I think we can trade back up towards this deep pullback area or the lower time frame algo, VWAP, IB. Those will all be counter trend plays, okay? Those are counter trend plays. Those are see money, take money, move your stop break even, let it work. Don't expect the world, okay? Those are counter trend plays because as we know, the market likes to move in waves, okay? So it will likely be due a pullback, which would be a counter trend on something like an H1. So maybe next week we get a retest of sort of 18,800, something like that, before further continued downside. Zoom this in for you. So 2 minutes or 1 minute into the new H1 bar, which becomes key. All right, how we close on that H1 bar matters, always matters. I'm always interested in open, high, low, and closes of bars. All right, so currently the H1 is going to close underneath the previous H1 low, and that matters. Okay, so you have to understand how open, high, lows, and closes matter. They act as support and resistance constantly. All right, so you're looking for retests of levels, rebalancing of levels before continuation. So a new break of structure right now would be down here for continuation. Book's starting to really thin out now. Volume starts to taper on a Friday. Everyone's starting to leave their desks. Here's the new H1 bar. Okay, so initially we're trading back inside the close of the H1. So this is the low of the H1, and this is the close of the H1, the last candle to print here. So can the H1 get expansion now down through the low, or are we going to trade back inside and retest? What do I mean by that? Okay, right here, are we going to come back and reprice into 500? Okay, so if the H1 wants to reprice and do a pullback leg, it's going to reprice towards 500 and then maybe this open and close. If it's going to expand, it's going to do what it's going to do now and start to really run this low now aggressively. Again, pressure is to the downside. You should not be thinking about dip buys right now. Cannot say that enough. I'm not saying you get short right now. We've had a really, really big move already. What I could do is do a measured move of the initial balance. Okay, so we're coming close to the 161 of that initial balance. If we're going to do a measured move, we'd be all the way down into the low 300s. So potentially getting some covers here into lunch like we talked about. Again, this would be counter trend. That is still not proven anything to you, all right? It's holding the lows, but this again can be continuation lower. This can be a new bear flag. Remember, if bulls get trapped trying to force these levels here, then we're going to move lower. We are only interested in bullish momentum once we start to bid above this action. You cannot be early in heavy days like this. The reason the market moves down is because bulls keep guessing, all right? They keep trying to buy the lows and then they keep getting stopped out. It's no different to shorting the highs, exactly the same thing. And here we go. Looks like we're going to get that move now. So this is your continuation lower. So break of structure, again, will be these lows down here, which will mean an H1 expansion. So this indicator right now is in beta testing phase for members of my community only. It will be finalized soon and it will only ever be available to members of my community. That is not because I'm trying to make money. It's because there's a lot of edge involved in this and you also have to understand the parameters, how to use it. If you're just taking the signals based on what it prints in front of you, you're likely to get yourself in trouble. And that's the only reason. It's got nothing to do with money. I share so much knowledge with the guys in my room. I put sales on, I help people all the time. But there's a lot of edge that's gone into this, a lot of back testing and forward testing to get it to this point. And it'll probably be final version next week.
Seller sweep, yes.
Okay, so we've got bulls coming in again, restacking the bid at 450 on the tape. Nvidia edging closer to that 100 level, now at 101, down almost 6% or 5.5% on the day. So I'm really interested to see what happens if we can react at 100. Or if we just really flush through that psychological point. This is really a lesson for all those people who got trapped this morning, trying to buy the highs, ignoring the daily candles, ignoring the importance of open and closes of higher time frame candles. So important. And also understanding that NFP loves to manipulate, all right? It loves to manipulate. If you got trapped at the highs today, you provided the liquidity for everyone to sell into. And that's how the market loves to move. Okay, so what did we talk about? We're going to come into the low, potentially, of that old gap on the daily, which takes us down to sort of 405. So I'm just looking at it on the daily. Or is it even lower? Yeah, it's just under 400 actually. Volume completely gone now. as we move into lunch. Okay, so you can see the market is attempting to taper here. All right, so potential squeeze back up. All right, that tapering is as we start to move this, you know, like this, and it's going to do it more and more and more and more while it attempts to find relief. Okay, so that doesn't mean you're bullish, doesn't mean you're looking for buys. It means there's a potential squeeze up, and then if it sustains a bid, all right, can start to hold higher lows, then potentially you are looking for a trade back up towards the deep pullback, maybe to search some of this liquidity up here. I'm sure there's lots of stops sitting above here and here, definitely above here, all right, but that's a big move to do that. All right, so for me, I try to avoid these moves. And if I take anything counter trend, it is always with half size, 1/3 of the size. And you must be aggressive with your stop on these. Especially if you're trading things like Apex. Okay, because you can get a very violent move. And if you're not aggressive with that stop, it can come back and take you out break even, which is fine if you're trading your own account or you're trading Top Step or any of these other guys. But when you've got unrealized trailing drawdown, you need to be aggressive with your stop. All right, so here's our first break of this tapering channel. So what would I want to see now if I was bullish? I would want to see an aggressive move up and a pullback and a hold. Until then, no reason to. All right, this can still absolutely be a bear flag. The easiest trade is to always trade with that higher time frame momentum until it proves otherwise. Again, if I flip over to the higher time frame charts, right, potentially we rebalance into here. You've got to be aware of where we are on the daily. You're in that gap now, and we are on that Bollinger Band. So the chances of huge momentum to the downside start to dissipate, all right, because we're at key levels. This is more likely to be a cover point unless something really can shake and move the market right now. Absolutely no change in structure on the M5. All right, continuing to print down. So the taper now is starting to feel something like this. All right, that's your tapering channel. So for sell continuation, remember that for the market to move down, it has to move up first. For the market to move up, it has to move down. We move in waves. All right, so if they're going to sell this, all right, we're going to move down, to move up, to move down. All right. And the opposite, if they're going to find a relief bounce, okay, we're going to have to do something like this. And maybe there's a trap involved there, which will be the best play, okay, after it washes out everyone. Until that point, stick with the flow zones, stick with the trend. I'm just going to get a drink and I will be back. So liquidity on the book now, 450 again restacked. Nvidia came right down and swiped 101 before trading back inside. So it's found some bid support there. I'm just watching that. Dixie continues to try and grind higher. We did have divergence there this morning that we talked about in the room. The VIX just failed its push into 23.75, but it is potentially building a flag. It can pull back all the way down to 22.50 and still be very, very bullish. So really, a lot of this is hinging on tech right now. Okay, tech is very, very heavy. And if we get a relief bounce in tech, then I expect the market to start moving up. And that all depends if the institutions are going to start to cover into this weekend, or do they want to hold their puts and their short positions over the weekend. All right, so exposure into news normally is unlikely into a weekend. So here's the H1 push. Okay, so we're starting to try and get a push like we talked about for a potential rebalance of this H1. So potentially test this candle here, 500, and maybe the open and close. Okay, so can this still be bear flag? Absolutely. But remember what we talked about. We are near or at the Bollinger Band on the daily. We are into an old gap. Okay, so the chances of continuation lower become less and less. The best trade locations came early in the day. All right, where we set the initial balance at the high, where we failed the high time frame algo, we failed to retest the 5-day, we failed VWAP, we failed the lower time frame algo. These were the locations to be looking short. Yes, we can move lower, but your risk parameter here now for a short is much, much higher, because we really don't have something we can target other than potentially 400 and maybe Nvidia to 100. There is nothing else for us to target. Again, I'm going to keep repeating because people seem to not understand this a lot. Just because we are not necessarily looking for a continuation short here, even though it's in play, all right, because I prefer the plays up here. But if you want to take this, absolutely take it. I'd much rather you take that than a long just guessing the bottoms right now, because momentum is to the downside. All right, but just because you don't take one side doesn't mean you have to take the other. All right, that's a key thing in trading. You need to understand time and location. Location is not ideal right now for a short. It's not terrible, but it's not ideal. Time is definitely not ideal. You are into lunch. All right, so H1, again, testing the close of the last H1 candle. All right, so if we're going to get expansion, it's going to have to be underneath these lows for a new break of structure. Like we talked about, this can be a continuation of a bear trend on a lower time frame if it wants. Momentum is still to the downside. The best bullish action for me will be if we go and take a load of liquidity, we trade back to the upside, we pull back and we hold, and we show a break of structure to the upside. Then we can think about a counter trend play closing out the day. But I'm not expecting miracles, right? We're just thinking about probably trading inside this range here. I doubt we trade inside the IB today. It would be inside this range here. So running and looking for internal stops to take out would be the only trade for a bullish play. Just watching Nvidia on another side monitor here. VIX attempting to break out yet again. So it's holding 23.50. Dixie continuing to push. Bonds all trading down. Interesting, because they opened up today.
Seller sweep yes. Seller sweep yes.
I only just see that on gold. Really nice. Really nice rollover on gold in the last session. That's just profit taking on gold because everyone is hedging in that against the Dixie. I still expect long-term higher prices on gold, as I expect weakness in the dollar coming post-election. That's a whole nother story.
Buyer sweep yes.
Okay, Nvidia really trying to hold here. Doesn't want to drop under 101. It's reclaimed 102 now. Tech trying to find some form of relief. Again, no higher high, higher low here. All right, so there's no reason to long. There's no reason to be in a position. We're just watching. This is a tight range right here. We've gone from huge range to a very tight range in downward pressure. Might give this another 10 minutes for you guys and then call it. Hopefully, even if there's a small takeaway here, something that you're learning, and maybe I'll start streaming more often next week. Maybe I'll start streaming regularly with live price action. Today would have been a great day to do it. Again, they're trying to stack up 450 on NQ. Still nothing really higher, no liquidity higher for it to take it higher right now. So the easiest liquidity for it to search would be 450 right now. Delta's still heavy. So we got really close on the H1. We traded up to 92 and that wick was 504. All right, so 12 points away from a full rebalance on that H1, which is pretty good. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, remember we're talking about a dry on the H1 candle to come and test this wick right here. So it was very close before finding sellers. All right, so just repriced before continuation. That's why understanding the higher time frame narrative is really important. That's why understanding that if you were getting long there, which I don't agree with, but if you were getting long there counter trend, this was your target. It was into here. You're not looking for a miracle send it, okay? Because we are very clearly in downward momentum. We have to go a very long way right now for anything that's not counter trend, because even if we convert these flow zone Momo trends and we get past the pullback, the lower time frame algorithm is all the way up here. All right, so we'd have to flip the lower time frame algorithm to think about a liquidity build algorithm, which would be up to the higher time frame, which is not going to happen today. Now, I might eat my words there, but I find it very unlikely unless there's a huge amount of covering. Okay, 102 here on Nvidia. Market trying to gain some relief. So if you're wondering why lower time frame is now not saying in bear trend, it's just the way this indicator works, but we are still in a bear trend, but we are inside this flow zone. All right, so you're still looking to sell until we get outside of it and start to flip it. So now with downward pressure outside of it, you will notice that X comes on the screen when we move outside of it. Effectively, what this is telling you is it's a pullback inside the flow zone when there's nothing firing in here. Okay, so the highest we would expect if it was going to be pullback continuation would be to the deep pullback and then potential continuation. So this would be the higher high, higher low type play. All right, if we get outside of here, pull back, hold this range, potentially start to U-shape or put in a W or something like that, would be your trigger for a counter trend long back up towards these levels, towards the initial balance. I'll try and stop playing with this so much now because it's probably annoying for you guys to watch, but I'm just trying to explain what's going on here. Very, very tight range. The last half an hour or so into lunch. All right, so that's a good sign of tapering as the range starts to coil and consolidate. So if shorts start to cover here, we can get a relief bounce. I would have preferred to see one big flush down first to make sure everyone gets run out, because a lot of bulls have started to participate in here. And the nice move really is to take all the bulls out and then give the bullish counter trend move, but we don't always get what we want. Okay, Nvidia's still stuck at 102 for now. VIX just failing that last push again into 75. It is still flagging up there, but it's very interesting that it's struggling to get above that level. Again, VIX can come all the way down and retest 22.50 and still be bullish, but VIX starting to roll here, so we might get that relief squeeze bounce on the markets here. Dixie as well on a pullback, so everything timing out here for a potential small push. All right, really I'd like to see aggressive momentum to the upside. Move this to 1 minute. Yeah, like starting to flip them, but nothing, no real big imbalance left or anything like that. No big volume coming in on a push, so nothing more than some very light covering so far. The way I like to trade, I'm looking for, you know, quite a lot of points most of the time. I'm not really one of these traders looking for 10, 20 points. Maybe on my initial entry, and then I'm holding runner for bigger moves. So I want to see something which can offer really good risk reward for me to get involved in. Again, sorry about all the coughing. Just long COVID, nothing I can do. Yeah, but interested if they flush this down now and do that move we were talking about and wash everyone out. This is a battle of the time frames now. All right, because you've got daily at a key level. Daily really wants to seek if it's going to want to test that old gap and fill it, which it has been filled before. It'd be 400. H1 will want to expand and take out the low for a break of structure and continuation down, which is right here. We are in trend bearish. The best move will be to take these out and then see what happens.
Buyer sweep ES. Stop ES sell.
So lots of liquidity been built in here for 45 minutes now. All right, so the range is tightening up inside here. All right, so if it wants to wash the bulls out who've been bidding up, bidding up, bidding up, bidding up, we're going to come down. And at that point, all right, if we then trade back inside, that is of way more interest for a potential long in my book. Than trying to bid here and hope. VIX approaching that retest now. Nvidia back under 102. I'd really like to see Nvidia go and test 100. ES fresh lows. M5 still holding their small imbalance for downside pressure. H1 again did its best to reprice and we're getting continuation.
Sell stop NQ. Absorption sells NQ. Sell sweep
There you go, another really nice trade off the flow zones. Right, not something I would take, but if you're a scalper, all right, it's good risk reward here. Offering you 40 points for this break of structure. So if you get a break of structure here, I would be taking a partial and then moving my stop break even because I'd be very concerned about that move back up. Okay, so we took that liquidity at 450. Remember, we talked about that buyer on the tape at 450. All right, so we just took him out. Filled 124 contracts there. Took out 180 stops there as well, all right? So their stops a bit too tight, so I wonder if we do one more dunk now just to make sure we take out those equal lows, and then we can see what's what. But quite clearly, the channel is down. Okay, the channel is down. Pressure is down. We are triggering bearish momentum. Until that changes, there's no real reason to be looking for longs. Here we go, getting close here. So you've got to assume all the bulls have their stops here, and we might just run them. I think we ran them by one tick there. Yeah, we did. We ran them just. Would like a bigger move down than that, ideally. It is a battle here. We are at a battleground level. Okay, so sustained downside will take us down to 400 for that old gap on the daily. If this is going to trap and offer relief, it should flush, trade back inside, offer a higher high, higher low, higher high break of structure setup for a counter trend long. Till then, nothing to do. Nvidia still stuck under 102. It will need to start trading above 102.30 for a relief pop into 103.20, 103.75 is the key level. Tesla holding 215 for now. Meta above its 502 level. Meta getting absolutely hammered today.
Buyer sweep yes. Buyer sweep yes.
Okay, so bids coming in here. I would like a manipulation down first, which is a bit more than 1 or 2 ticks, but again, NFP Friday can be a bit freaky. Okay, so if you think about sellers stops here, just intraday, they are all here. Okay, so if we can get through this, all right, and start basing above here, you might have a counter trend long scenario. You can also just pop them and fail. So we really need to see how the market is going to react afterwards. We did wash under here. A deeper wash would have been better. We've got a seller in at 75 now, 107 contracts. He just got taken.
Seller sweep yes. Seller sweep yes.
Okay, so maybe if we squeeze through this, hold above those key levels, above the tapering, maybe we can get that counter trend long. $102.50 test on Nvidia. Market definitely wants some relief here in lunch. Here we go. So here's your first start of a counter trend squeeze. Now VIX is starting to fail its flag here. 23.20 now. If it starts pulling down into the low 22.70s and takes out that wick for continuation, we can get a very nice little squeeze rally here. So see how we've taken out these stops now. All these shorts who are in late, right, they shorted too late in the day, which is why I'm not interested in the short down there. They have now been popped. All right, so they're now underwater. Want to see expansion up, pull back and hold for a potential counter trend. Again, the H1 is got very, very close there, up to 98. Remember we talked about 500 test on the H1. All right, this here almost hit 500. If we go back and think about that H1 rebalancing, all right, this was the rebalance to that wick, all right? So this is where buyers came in, those buyers became sellers, we've repriced, and we're testing these wicks. They matter. The higher time frames matter, guys. You have to pay attention to them. Cannot just be trading off M1 and M2 charts. You have to understand the narrative of where we might want to go and how we might want to get there. All right, so this is a squeeze cover. These are shorts covering, and this above here are all the shorts getting squeezed out. It has to sustain bids above prices here now for any counter trend move to start digging in through 500 into the deep pullback, potentially to IB. It's a long, long way to go. So if we are going to move into a buy algorithm for the end of day, just for some relief, you will get a full curl on this. All right, full curl on this. So be looking for like this liquidity here, potentially here. It's asking a huge amount. Okay, and once we get a buy signal, okay, from here, from the flow zones, we can think about an anchored VWAP just to see where those buyers are involved in. All right, so if I was going to do it right now, from this low, let's make that green so it's easy to see. All right, this is where buyers are participating right now. They need to hold and sustain bids above here. Okay, so all the buyers that came in here, this is their anchored VWAP. Okay, now I would not traditionally put this on until we move, expand, and pull back, and then we can really think about it. We did leave a small imbalance here, which is a good sign for upward momentum. We are trying to trade above the Momo clouds. We are not there yet. So there's no continuation yet. There is nothing to say we are in a buy trigger yet. This is only the first part of sweeping these stops, right? We would need to see higher high, higher low, which is why trading requires a huge amount of patience, especially if you miss this whole move down. You're probably feeling a lot of FOMO right now. You need to wait. Again, Nvidia cannot get through 102.50. That is a very, very small block on an M10, and it keeps rejecting it. VIX is still soaking well above the M10 flow zones. So this could have been a pot to run the shorts out before we do that dunk lower that I was talking about. I would ideally prefer the dunk lower before any reversal, because this has only really run the stops by a point. So you could really call this relative equal lows, and maybe it wants to come deeper down and make sure everyone's out. But again, there is absolutely no position here for me right now. Did not flip the flow zones. All right, still in trend bear. It will shoot a buy signal to you when it flips. I'll give you an example. Earlier today, all right, it gave a sell signal, gave a buy signal in the pre-market. And then you have to understand where we trade to from these. We trade to these algorithm points. Still in this range right here. Okay, liquidity added to the tape, 450 again, another 118 blocks. So this seems like it is the same guy, probably just taking partials over and over again. So expect him to get filled here into 450. There he is, filled.
Absorption sellers and Q.
Needs to make a lower low here. Just for everyone, for either side to be interested, has to come and break structure here. No one is going to want to bid with all these equal lows without someone getting taken out. And you're not going to want to short a breakdown right down here. Remember, 400 is the full gap, so maybe put this on here, might help. Nope. This is an old gap on the daily, dating back to 2nd of August. Okay, seller again on the tape, 475. Same guy seems to be bidding and selling in a 25-point range here. The reason I say it's the same guy is because it's exactly the same size constantly. So 450 to 475. So he's selling 475 in 100 blocks, and he is buying 450s in 100 blocks. So I'm just watching him on the tape. Now we are starting to add liquidity above now. So there is now a seller up at 505. There was a seller at 525. He's just pulled his order. So now is the first time that I've seen sells above. So it might want to draw the market up to it. Okay, so we're coming up to that 75. This is that same guy who was just bidding at 50s, is looking to get filled now at 75. M1s are starting to go flat. So you see it offered pullback sales, M1s. All right. So as you go down the time frames, it will offer you more sells, including pullback sales and pullback buys. All right. So the way it works is it will flip. It will offer a buy signal on an M1 first, then an M2, then an M3, then an M4, then an M5, then so on and so on. So if you are a trader who trades on a different time frame, this will still work for you. It adjusts for that time frame. The same with the lower time frame algo. It will print the same algorithm on all the time frames, all right? So no matter where I go on my charts, this lower time frame algorithm will be in the same point. I know that underneath this, the lower time frame is really in a sell, and above this, it's in a liquidity build, all the way to the higher time frame algorithm. Okay, so I'm expecting us to fill 75 here and take him out. Just like that. Okay, this is looking much better. I really still would have preferred if we took out that low first with some conviction to make sure it ran everyone out. Nvidia still can't get it going here. Again, you can see this tapering channel. Okay, so we've gone from a steep move slightly more across. If I was going to do another one now, all right, you could be like this. Okay, these are liquidity build zones when we start to do this. All right, so we move from a really steep downtrend and we start to taper. Okay, this can offer the start of a potential U shape. All right, something like this. It doesn't have to, all right, because remember, selling continuation patterns, even if this is a U shape, okay, it can be a U shape to do this. All right, it's just offering where we might get some relief. This is counter trend. Above here is a counter trend play to maybe take out some liquidity, fill some sells before potential move back down. I'm just trying to watch the tape here to see if anyone comes back in, because a few of the orders are just spoofing now. Do we now get that move? Nvidia back to 102. VIX still trying to hold on. Above 23s, trying to hold on to its flag here. Dixie the same. Just done an M10 flag. It's looking to try and break out and create new highs on the day. And the H1 is just hanging around its open close area still. All right, so generally I don't like trading around those areas on the H1. Very typical lunch hour trading here. Very low volume, very low volatility. Not ideal trading. Best move already happened. Traded it live in my Discord with the team. Done for the day, so I thought I'd come on YouTube. Come on, give us that downside move with some conviction. Run the stops. Better. ES fresh lows. NQ fresh lows. Much better stop run there. Now I'm more interested, both sides, okay? Both sides, because I know bulls just got run out. And if we get enough shorts to chase here and we trade inside, that is where we can get a much better squeeze play. If we continue to reject this old range we've just created, we can have continuation to the downside. So instantly, if you are a short who chased outside of that level on that stop run and we trade back up, you are stuck. So right here, all right, bulls bid, get stopped out. They act as a sell in the market. All right, shorts chase, they sell. All right, so now you have sellers stuck in here. If we bid upside, this is where the squeeze happens. Not before, all right, not before. You don't go guessing these lows. That's how you get trapped. All right, but this has provided liquidity if institutions needed to cover with size into here, all right, then they provided the liquidity for them to cover. And we had two lots of stops run there, 96 and then another 66. So 150, 160 odd stops got triggered in this area here. So if they were short all the way down, okay, the market, and they needed to cover, that gave them a very cheap cover of 150, 160 contracts to cover into without affecting the market. Remember, the market, you need an equal number of buyers and an equal number of sellers, right? If you're trying to cover your short, you are buying back the market. You need someone to be willing to sell into your cover. I hope that makes sense. So they were looking to sell, all right? Sorry, they're looking to buy back 160 contracts. There was sellers there provided by the bulls who got trapped. All right, now if we continue downside pressure here, that's a whole different scenario. Remember, gap is down here to 400. Still watching a video, now under 102. The VIX still looking like it wants to attempt a flag. I would say that the next breakout on the VIX will probably likely be the last one, just because of the amount of drives it's done now. Starting to look a little exhausted, unless we have a new bit of news that hits the wire or something. Here goes Nvidia dropping 10160s. Can it take out that low? All right, so new buyer and seller on the tape of equal size. This is the same guy over and over. Now bidding 425 on NQ and selling 465 on NQ. 100 contracts on each. This is definitely the same guy over and over, walking it down. So we'd need to reject this range to have lower downside pressure. Obviously, if it wasn't lunch, this would be happening much quicker. You've got 7 minutes to a new hourly candle. Again, where this hourly candle closes matters. Does it close outside the low of the previous hourly candle or not? Currently, it's trading underneath the low. The low is this old break of structure point here. This is the H1 low, the previous H1 low. Really sorry about the coughing, everyone. Must be so annoying to listen to. All right, Nvidia is attempting to hold those lows right now. 5 more seconds to a new M5 candle, and I really need to see how this accelerates. Trying to close upside.
Buyers UPS. Buy Iceberg and Q. Absorption sellers and Q.
Again, we are watching higher time frame charts at all times. Okay, so where this H1 candle closes in 4 minutes time will matter. Does it close inside the previous hour's low, the previous close and open? Or does it expand down? Same for dailies, right? Are we going to come and tag the lower part of that 400, or 390, which is into the lower edge of the old gap? Again, M5, very clear trend, right? Not one pivot up, no change of character, everything down pressure, down pressure, down pressure. But I am watching this H1 bar. Very quiet because there's not much to say or do right now, guys. Unfortunately, it's a big part of trading is just waiting, stalking, analyzing price action. Do you want to be short at the low of day? Ask yourself that. No. Do you want to be bidding at the low of day without any bullish structure? Nope, you do not. Okay. Have to wait. Where is good value to be long? Where is good value to be short? What is the structure in those areas? Does it support your thesis? Simple as that. You can trade like these YouTubers, you know, and they're probably all buying now, preempting the squeeze, which is do what you want. It's great entertainment. Best thing to do, learn in trading, in my opinion, is not trading. Or the best thing to do is to learn how to not trade, you mean, I'm assuming, which is true. All right, so start of relief here. Again, a new attempt at a relief bounce after we wash the low. Again, you would need to see this trade above all these highs here and put in a higher high, higher low, something like this. All right, and then you can think about, is risk reward worth it to participate? maybe you get the flow zones come and support, okay, like this, and you can have target 1, target 2, liquidity, 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 all right? Anything else, like gambling bids down here, is exactly what I just said. It is a gamble. It is not trading, guys. Might be fun and exciting to watch, you know, all these guys in your favorite prop firms calling bottoms losing $11,000 a day. But it's not good for your bank account. Yeah, no worries. OX64. Okay, Nvidia still attempting. It really needs to hold 102 here. And again, look at the time. You've got 30 seconds into the close of that H1 candle, all right? Everything we've talked about, it requires a huge amount of patience. Where does this H1 close? At the moment, it looks like it's going to close inside the previous H1 low, which could mean the start of the manipulation leg of an H1, and maybe we trade back inside some of the range for a relief. Okay, so it's closed inside. Can we now hold the new H1 low? Does it need a new manipulation? What am I talking about? See how this bar here, we have closed inside the previous low. All right, so if we're going to trade up, this is a good sign. All right, if we're going to trade down, it is going to have to take out all this liquidity down here. All right, so I normally give the first 5-10 minutes to see what is going to happen. If we start to close above this open close level of the previous 2 bars and bid and hold support above that, that is a really good sign. If we continue to reject this close point, okay, it can trade down to this low. This is your range in this H1 for a new range to be found and consolidated in. Cannot stress this enough. The easiest long will come when all these flip, okay? We are in a sell signal on the day. Every single time frame, every single algorithm is in a sell signal. We are just potentially near the bottom of the range of where people want to cover. That's the only play right now for a buy would be a counter trend buy for a pop relief. That's it. All right, that is it, nothing else. I would not be interested in selling down here. That does not mean I would not take a short later, but I do not like selling the bottom of ranges. Okay, potentially this was a nice sell, clear out these highs, take the liquidity, sell that down, but your range is so tight when you compare it to what you had earlier in the day, where we offered huge range, really nice clean pullbacks, okay, when volume was in the market, bear flag, bear flag, bear flag, bear flag, all the way down. Dixie still holding its flag here, just underneath high of day. VIX really looks like it wants to roll. If it gives a roll over of a point or two, you will get a pop on the market. But currently it's holding its flag at the top. But it is starting to roll over on the M10. Nvidia is absolutely stuck in a $1.50 range. I always say to the guys I trade with, it will be obvious when it is ready for a long, okay? It will be obvious. You do not need to guess it. It's the biggest mistake traders make, is trying to guess all of this. It will be obvious. It will do a giant move. It will pull back. It will hold, and it will start to show you potential upside.
Absorption spires and cube.
So here's potential squeeze up here. VIX rolled, just like we talked about. So now you are looking for the breakout of this. You're looking for flow zones to support it. You are looking for higher highs and higher lows. Okay, looking good here for relief. Dixie again did exactly what we talked about. It's now rolled over, failing 23s, coming down to the N10 flow zone support. You are still looking for expansion here. Notice how the lower time frame market is potentially looking into a bullish trend. Now, if I go down to a 1 minute, it's probably starting to curl, right? These will start to go blue and hold. It will need to hold this and offer a buy signal for any upside potential. But we are in a pullback, deep pullback range on the M1. On the M2, you have some range expansion left, all right? So your first target here, once you get up, all right, you should be looking for higher high, higher low, pullback into deep pullback area, and then potentially these equal highs here as liquidity and a drive up. I would say 525 looks a very solid level here where sellers came in before. There is now nothing on the book, all right? There's nothing on the book to suggest a key level where a seller is. And I still want to see NVIDIA break out of 102.50 to have more conviction in this type of move. But potentially this could be a Wyckoff spring, okay? Just for intraday, all right? Just for intraday. This right here, stop out. This is potential trap if we can do this, okay? This kind of move. Just for a relief, intraday, lock in your profits, move on. Remember, the momentum is absolutely to the downside, okay? So anything here, all right, anything here is a relief bounce. It is a relief bounce. So if you're taking this long, it is a relief bounce, looking to hunt some of these stops. We need to prove that we are going to, let's get rid of that, going to hold above my Momo flow zone. All right, notice the M1 is now triggering a buy. All right, it's triggered a buy because we've started to flip it. All right, so we're looking for all pullbacks into that M1 flow zone to hold. Same as this, we will be looking for pullbacks into here to hold. It has not produced a higher high, higher low. This is an early trigger, but is suggesting that momentum is looking for a squeeze to the upside now. All right, remember, lower time frame conditions have changed to bullish. Higher time frame conditions are still bearish, which means it is a counter trend pullback play. This is what we've been waiting for. Remember, I said these plays happen after failed breakouts, which is what we just had. Here's your failed breakout of the low. This is where they got stuck, and now we are starting to move. So the M1 produced a nice buy signal, and we're now starting to pop to the upside, and we're probably going to try and target that 550. All right, the top of this range, right, into this deep pullback zone. So can we get a sustained bid now? I know you guys had to wait with me a little while to get that action, but that is how the market works. You cannot force it. You have to be patient. So for any sustained bid, you will need pullbacks to hold here. If we reflush, okay, you have to be very, very careful if we reflush here. Nvidia now over that 102.50 mark. All right, now trading at 102.60. I want to see that expand up to 103.75. ES looking good here as well for a potential curl. Dixie pulling back. And just like we talked about numerous times, the VIX now trading at 22.50s, right? So it's pulled back into that block. If it sustains here, you have to be cautious, but if it starts to roll over and retest that IB low at let's call it 21.30, we will get a nice relief bounce on the market here. All right, because think about how many shorts, all right, the best short locations were where we got short in the room, up here and here, and even this. This is not a good short location, all right, which is why I've been saying I'm not interested in the shorts down here. All right, better short locations up here so we can get a relief bounce here as traders start to cover into their weekend. What do we talk about going into Friday? Do you want to be holding your puts and your shorts over the weekend if you're an institutional trader? Probably not. If you've met your objective, chances are you're going to start to trim your positions. So I would be looking for bids down towards 70s really to hold here. Notice how we traded from this Momo cloud up to the deep pullback cloud. What did we say? Once we trigger that, this is your TP1, right? That gives you a nice trade, 50 points there. 50 points, a good trade. All right, so you're looking for a pullback now and a hold. Now, if you're on an M1 chart, right, we're starting to flip the flow zones and the deep pullback flow zone. So if we can pull back into that range and hold, that is a good sign for further relief. If you were going to fib this out, all right, a flag would come back down into 80s and a 50% would be that 70 range. So I'd want to see a reaction there. Don't really want it to come all the way back into that 60% range. That lets the late shorts out. There is an imbalance here and here on the M1s and the M2s and the M5 now printing short-term imbalance. All right, so a pullback into between 80 and 70s, or 85s and 70s would be ideal here for a sustained bid up. All right, so you're looking for ideally, all right, ideally it would do something like this. All right, that would be very, very nice because then you can take this play here, risking this. Might not offer it. If it's a straight squeeze and enough shorts are trapped, this thing could really start accelerating. All right, there you go. Their VIX now failing that level we talked about, the 2250s, rolling over. It's halfway to the IB high now. So if that starts to accelerate now, you are going to get major relief on this market. I'm looking at the H1 chart now. Remember what we talked about in the H1 chart. See how it never retested that low, okay? And now it's come and repriced this whole candle. This is what I'm talking about, of understanding the closes and the importance that they have. Everyone talks about this 5 and 10 minute algorithm before the H1, but they don't understand what they need to look at when it comes to the actual H1 chart. You are looking for the open and close areas and where it can reprice to. So the daily chart now is trading back inside that Bollinger Band. Everything we talked about, everything we expect. We do not expect sustained downside action outside a daily Bollinger Band. Major relief now. Nvidia now coming up 102.80. So it's getting through these areas. This is a nice squeeze back to the upside here.
Absorptions, buyers and Q. Buyers Q and Q.
Notice how it's rejecting the deep pullback. Right, so you're looking for a trade back in towards imbalance, towards where the shorts were stuck. Where can they get out even if it comes back? Right, where is the Momo cloud? These things matter. Right, have good risk reward. Remember, it is a see money, take money environment to the long side. So you want to move your stop break even once you get that acceleration to the upside, because there is a chance shorts will come back in anywhere from here to here. So you need to be moving that stop up, let the runners work for you. Okay, so we had a seller enter the market and pull his offer at 25 twice. Now you've got that buy signal on the Momo cloud. All right, that doesn't mean you buy the second it prints, okay? It's just saying that momentum on the M2 now has pushed into a bullish signal. So you have it on the M1, all right? You have it nice and early here, and on the M2 you have it that little bit later. You're still looking for good risk reward trades, pullback trades into flow zones, into imbalances for sustained upside auctions. Thank you guys. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat now. How do you join the Discord? The Discord is only for people that do the course, just because there's a lot of analysis here that you might not understand otherwise. So if you go to flowzonetrader.com, if you do the course, you get free entry into the Discord. You also get the algorithm that you're seeing on the screen right now. And if you use code YouTube, you get $100 off. So it's $399, one fee for life, Discord for life, 20-hour course on demand for life, and the algos. Ashley, if you signed up, did you just sign up now? I'll have to go through it and let you in with my moderators. Normally takes like 5 to 10 hours for me to get through everything. Make sure you do the course though if you've signed up, because otherwise if you're in the Discord and you've never done the course, it can be hard to understand. There's a lot of information to take on there. Okay, so you see we are waiting for a pullback here to hold. See how the tapering played out, right? So we went from steep trend, less steep trend, less steep trend, and then we got that relief bounce. If I show you, I'll just pop it up in here so you can see it. All right, you see what I'm talking about, the VIX, when it rolled over from these highs and came down to this lower time frame algo. Okay, we sold the top and we bounced at the lower time frame algo. All right, that's where it's found bid support. I'm not making this stuff up, guys. All right, a lot of work and back testing over a lot of years went into understanding how these algorithms work and where they are. And let me tell you now, it's not ICT. All right, he is not the algorithm. Okay, Ashley, if you signed up, if you go to the last, I think it's the last module in the course that you've signed up for, there's an email there, and if you just email that and put your email in or your Discord username, and I'll get you added into it. Thanks for signing up as well, by the way. Look forward to working with you. It's a good team in there. They're all really good people. Okay, so what are you looking for now? Right, some form of bullish structure. Some form of bullish structure. So, like some form of bull flag, or some form of W, or some form of trap. Yeah? In this area. Something that offers you good risk reward to get involved. If we get more downside pressure, okay, if you get something trading back into here, you do not want to trade it to the bullish side, because that means, where have my tools gone? Means you're going to use this liquidity in a different way. So now it looks like that bull flag might potentially play out. Again, on the M1, it's probably pulled back into the flow zone. See, you got that nice bull flag on an M1. Right here, into the momentum cloud. Okay, and it's going to look to trade up. Right, so liquidity sat here, sat here, sat here. This red line here is an anchored VWAP off the sell at the high. Okay, that's what that is on an M1. This one here. I can delete it. That's basically where sellers have been sat. Oh, it's here there. There we go. Clean this up for you. Okay, see how important it is to be patient, guys. Not guess down here. Just be patient. Follow the momentum. All right, so we can get rid of this now. We're going to leave that one in case it wants to come back and retest that kind of area. No worries, Ashley. Okay, so now Nvidia now trading at 103, and the VIX trading underneath 2250, now trading at 2214. ES starting to curl, so everything's starting to go together. Now, I'm going to take you over to the higher time frame chart. Look at the H1. Where's it repricing to? Open, close. This level is key. Okay, this level is key for relief. If we trade above that, we can come and test this old value area low into 66. Okay, above that, we're going to trade all the way up. Remember, sellers came in right up here. Okay, so we have to understand where is potential. Look at this beautiful move out of this M5 now, out of that flag that we just talked about. Really, really nice upside move here. All you have to do is be patient and wait for it to present itself. So a completion of this cup on a lower time frame, okay, would be something like this, okay, and then we have to see if it puts in a handle here, and that might be a Monday play. Remember, this is counter trend. We are counter trend, and we're going to remind you high time frame conditions here are bearish. we are bullish on a lower time frame, right? So we're bullish up to these areas here, ideally. Remember what I said though, guys, if you took this here, this flag, which is already offering you 30, 40, 50 points, okay, please move your stop up with it, because you are in a lower time frame squeeze here. This is not genuine buyers in the market, this is shorts covering. It's counter trend. So if you got in here, move your stop up into the money. You can always re-enter. All right, so we're waiting for these Momo clouds to offer bid support and catch up. Again, on a 1 minute, they will be much closer. You see how they flip the deep pullback on the 1 minute? All right, so you need to be holding these levels here. All right, you want to be holding that. A possible trap would be a dunk underneath like this. All right, take out these buyers, and then you'd be looking to enter here, risking here. Okay, that would be your trap play. Until then, you're looking for bid support and upside pressure. Micro volume high is at 55s. And the value area, we are into the bottom balance of the old value area. So we kind of had almost a double distribution today on the H1. And we are sort of trading into that area. So this is actually key, this old gap, okay, and this old H1 area where these bars come in. Okay, if we get acceptance into that, we can trade upside. If it rejects that, it might want to roll over, and then we're looking at these H1 levels, right? We're looking at these wicks and these bodies. Do we close at them, inside them? Do we hold them? Do we find bid support? These are all questions you need to be asking yourself all the time. Okay, you're just looking for areas. The way the market works, okay, you're looking for areas where do buyers want to participate? Where do sellers want to participate? Okay, where do sellers want to cover? Okay, we talked about where sellers want to cover. They wanted to cover into the Bollinger Band, right? Which is where we got these cover. Then we got tapering. Where do buyers want to participate? They don't want to participate down here. They want to participate once it proves itself, right? You don't want to participate here. This is high risk. You didn't know if that was going to roll over from here another 100 points. Now we have buying, participation and covering. Now we're targeting these upsides. So right here into 52, squeeze through that can take you up to 62, squeeze through that, we're targeting this block. On an M5 we're targeting 61 and then up to 90, which is an old imbalance where we found sellers before. So I expect some sellers to enter the market at some point soon. Even now, okay, even now, on a higher time frame, geez, Alex, stop drawing like that, eh? On a higher time frame, we can pull right back here and still find bid support. Okay, so into Momo clouds now. Remember, we're looking for these levels to hold, or we're looking for a trap below that and a reclaim for a bullish play. Move back to the M2 because it's easier to see. Okay, so this needs to hold, these wicks need to hold, or we need to trap for a bullish play, which is why I was saying to you, move your stop into break even, be aggressive, taking profits through your TP1. So does this hold now, or do we get a sell all the way back down? Remember, this was a relief bounce. Deep pullback here is where some shorts will enter the market. All right, shorts that only play deep pullback zones, we're playing here, we're bidding here, we're shorting here, we're shorting here. All right, so you have different types of buyers and sellers in the market all the time. You just got to understand who's in control. All right, so this now, if we scoop up inside, is the potential trap I was talking about, where we take out this low, we trade inside, we'd have to reclaim this imbalance and trade upside now. So the trap was underneath here. So if we reclaim this, trade inside, hold bid support, we can move upside pressure. This was a strong sell candle, so you have to be aware of that. VIX is attempting to hold the lower time frame algo that we talked about. Okay, VIX is trying to find a bounce. No, can I just have VIX, please? Okay, on this lower time frame algo, it's trying to find a bounce here, and it's trading back into here. If sellers come back in VIX here and we roll over, then the market will get more upside relief. We think about this from a fib. Okay, into a 50%. The red lines are typically where you will get bull flags creating themselves, normally into a 30. If we hold 50%, which is where all these shorts got stuck, and we turn back inside for upside, we can potentially have more relief. Don't just be bidding here, hoping. Okay, wait for price to prove. Wait for it to start building a new trend to the upside. Remember, we have not even had one pullback yet to create an uptrend. There's not one. This is micro. That's nothing. It hasn't had a pullback into any area where we can think about an uptrend. Remember, we traded top of the box. We're back to bearish right now. Have to wait. Have to be patient. Trading is about being patient. Okay, we had a nice trade already of 50, 60, 70 points. Now we're waiting. It will need to find buyers here. Okay, it needs to find buyers here. The reason for that being, this is where shorts got stuck. If you think about where we broke out from, right, everyone was shorting here, here, and then they chased here. Okay, and the reason we got the squeeze above here is because that's where all these shorts covered. So we need to hold here in order to make sure shorts can't come back in the game. If we hold price action here, these shorts who went add, right, because they panicked, they are going to cover here, and that will help create a new trend like this. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Remember what we talked about. If we're going to trap, we will trap underneath. It will either be something like this or it would be something like this. Okay, in this area, all called ahead of time. We're still ahead of time. Still hasn't done it yet. You have time. Best advice I can give in these market conditions is to trade small. You have lots of range. You do not need to be oversized in these markets. You can trade very, very small and make a lot of money because you will be much calmer in the trade. All right? If you took this breakout here and then you added more in here, even like 2, 3, 4 micros, okay, and you traded up, what's that, 70, 30, 40, 56, 70 points? That's a huge amount of money. And you are still sitting pretty right now with a runner maybe waiting to see if it can prove itself. And if it proves itself, you can trade more upside. If it trades downside, you stop out and you wait. We have probably flipped bearish on an M1, I would guess. Not yet, but we are close to. Need to see this hold in this kind of area for potential bid support. It is unlikely to do this. It is possible because this is where it found buyers, right? But it's much better if it can hold above this range here. That's what I would personally be thinking about if I'm trading this right now. If you are still looking for downside pressure, right, then you would want to see this kind of play here. All right. But remember, momentum, short-term momentum's upside. That play will become easier if this rolls over with it. Okay, and you can do something like this. But the market has now shown you where shorts got stuck and where bids came in. So you need to be very cautious now, thinking about further downside. It's the first time we've had any form of relief. Plenty of time left in the day as well. VIX found a bid on the lower time frame algo. All right, it's found a bid on the lower time frame algo, and it's going to come and try and reprice its M10 bar, so it can trade all the way up to 23.17. How many of you watching right now watch multiple charts? How many of you use things like the VIX to see what's going on, or are watching stocks? Let me know in chat. All right, I watch the VIX all the time. I always have it on a side monitor, so I have multiple screens here, and I'm always have one eye on the VIX. I want to know what the volatility is, what is the pressure, where are we breaking out? All right, because if we're breaking out to the upside on the VIX, I never, ever, ever want to be thinking about a buy on the market. I'm also interested, how many of you watching, who do you trade with? Are you trading your own accounts? Do you use a prop firm? What prop firm do you use and why? I have multiple accounts with different prop firms and my own money. But I do not trade my own money on futures. I invest in the market, but I don't trade my money in futures. I just trade prop. So more downside pressure, trying to rebalance here. VIX still pushing up. Okay, so still no reason to buy here. Pull back, yes, but has it confirmed? Has it put the trap in? Has it put in that higher high, higher low? It hasn't, all right? We failed this here, but we haven't reclaimed and pushed up. So you don't need to be guessing bids. This is where people get stuck. They start add, hoping it goes up. Just wait. No reason yet. No green bar has closed over a bearish bar yet to reprice, and we have an imbalance here that we have to be aware of. Bullnox and Apex. Yeah, I like Apex. I've not traded Bullnox. They're a bit more old school, I think. I know a few guys that do. Okay, so it looks like we're going to come right back down to where we found bid support. All right, so shorts are not really underwater anymore, okay, because they stopped out here, they got blown out. No reason right now to be thinking about a buy. Like I said, when you do the course, you'll understand when this triggers, why it triggers, and where you're covering, and how you're just not buying straight back into it. Have to understand why. Probably flip bearish here now. Any second now, probably flip bearish. Okay, so important level coming up on Nvidia, coming back into 102.25 now. It is going to need to hold for a possible inverted head and shoulders for upside. If it does not hold, I'd say 102-ish, just below that, 101.90s, then it's going to have more downside, and we can be thinking about a psychological number of 100. All right, so this is potentially doing the move which I thought might be unlikely, back into golden pocket. And we have bullish order block here, potential flip block here on a lower time frame. All right, so this area, let's mark it out. This area here is of interest. interestingly, we've had so much volume down here now that we've built in a new point of control. All right, so if we go to an hourly chart, okay, so the point of control now is flipped down here. So we've come and retested this area, and there is a huge amount of volume down here. Now, if we trade above this point of control, I would expect more relief, okay? Because this is a huge area. The longer we stay below this, and if we start trading down, we can have more downside pressure. Okay, so this is a key area now. This is where the most volume has been traded on this whole day, right? And it's a big range. So we basically have double distribution, all right? We distributed up here, which is where the old point of control was, coming into the afternoon session. We got very thin in structure here, okay? Very thin in here, and a new point of control. So if we trade through this point of control, we can possibly attack this old level here, this volume here, which is where all these blocks were that we failed, right? So if you think about bid support here, we traded up from here. Once these buyers came out of the market, it was a sell. So if we trade back up, we might want to retest that area, but it will need to trade through this volume which is accumulated down here. Still looking very heavy here. Back to the old Bollinger Band now, on the daily chart, that is. I'm going to get another drink and I will be back. Oh, my bad. Sorry. I'll say that again then. Still getting used to this live streaming malarkey. When we took that buy signal for the upside, all right, just remember that was a counter trend. So you have to be aggressive with the stops to the upside. You have to respect potential targets. You stop out. You don't look for dips until it proves itself, right? There is nothing here where we put in a bullish pattern. There's no W here. There's no inverted head and shoulders. There's no trap pattern. This is a straight sell, all right? We didn't hold this range here of all these wicks, okay? And on the M15, I guess you missed that as well. The M15 right here, we traded from here up to this selling block right here, okay? Now, we had potential upside all the way up here if it got through it, but it failed. Now we're trading back down to where the buyers were participating. Okay, now I'm not interested in a sell because we're near lower day and we're near Bollinger. It's just how I trade. But down pressure is there. Now, underneath this point of control, this white line here, is potential more downside auction underneath the value area low. But we are limited when it comes to space for that. Let's just sort this out a bit. Don't know what's going on there. We're limited when it comes to potential space for the downside because we're already at that Bollinger, right? We're already at the Bollinger. There we go. So this is where bids came in before, all right? This is where bids came in before, where buyers started stepping in that old trap. So do they step in again? All right, this is where we're in a chop zone. The reason we are starting to get choppy here is because all of this is intraday liquidity. Late shorts, late buys. Chop. Why do we chop? We chop so that we can provide liquidity for the next move. So now we know buyers are stuck up here, all right, and shorts have their stops down there, and sellers are stuck down here, all right, and buyers have their stops down there. So we can use their liquidity, all right, for potential moves in the auction. So we can use it for a downside snap. We can use it to get filled for a bullish play to trade upside. We can use it for an upside push. Okay, all these plays are created from liquidity. Liquidity is created in sideways action, all right? This is frustrating. If you didn't understand that this is your buy and you sell here, and you're chasing the market, like you're trying to buy here, you're trying to buy here, then you're trying to sell here. This is where traders get trapped, okay? It's how they get trapped. So just understand the process of liquidity. Okay, because the market, if we just think about how the market moves for a second, just think about what's happened today, all right? We did an upside auction into previous day open and close. Don't know if you noticed that. Then we did this move all the way down underneath the Newswick into the IB, underneath the IB low into what is the bottom of the range for the daily on a Bollinger. Now we're doing this. Okay, from this move here is liquidity creation. Okay, so this can be redistribution or it could be reaccumulation, right? But this is a liquidity build. The easiest builds or the easiest plays are these plays: upside, upside, downside, downside, downside. This is chop. This is how the market will want to frustrate you because it is preparing for the next potential move. If you're a range trader, maybe you enjoy that stuff. I like trading ranges, but I like trading opening range breakouts or opening range breakout failures or IB plays, you know, initial balance plays. You know, this play right here, this is my initial balance from the high. We left the initial balance high, we traded, we created an initial balance low, we retested it, we rejected it. These are nice plays here, right? For me, for ranges. This right here is far less interesting. Okay, so I'm watching NVIDIA yet again coming back to 102. So it can have a potential bear flag here for downside if it fails to hold bids here. So remember now, everyone's stops are here. Buys came in this zone. And this right here, the edge of the grey box, is the gap, the old gap on the daily. Let me just check NQ to see if there's a cash gap on that. So one thing I haven't done since I've been on stream, remind myself. Okay, no cash gap on NQ. Very nice. If you don't know what cash gaps are, there is a video on my YouTube where I go over them. It's all about ETF and regular trading hours settlement gaps. Okay, because they're not the same as the overnight gaps when you're trading futures. They're different. They have a cash gap. So institutions have to settle their positions in opening hours. All right, so 9:30 to 4 o'clock. So I'm interested in the gap between 4 o'clock and the open the next day. The easiest way to see that, rather than marking it out every single day on your like NQ or ES, would be to look at the ETF. So look at the SPY or look at the QQQ and just check that gap. Okay, and you can also mark out pre-market if you want and after hours, but the gap between the daily, that's a true settlement. It's what I call a cash gap. Okay, because if you're an institution, the way orders work when you're institutions, you might come to your desk and you're told that day, hey, you need to fill 10,000 buys or $1 million buy long on the SPY, and you've got between 9 o'clock or 9:30 and 4 o'clock to fulfill that. And also you're also told, well, we also need that filled under VWAP. You get a bonus if you fill that under VWAP, and that is a thing. And that's how they buy and accumulate. So you have to understand that most of the volume happens there. So yes, I'm always interested where Asia and London range trade, but I know that's much thinner structure. What I'm really interested in is where the big institutions are trading cash. All right, and the easiest way to see that is by looking at the ETFs. But there is a video that I put out maybe 2 weeks ago on my YouTube, which you can check out, and it will teach you all about that. Okay, so momentum back to downside pressure, but you see how everything is caught up now. So we went from nice steep open flow zone momentums to now very, very tight. So this is coiling, this is trapping, this is action I'm never interested in taking, because you can get trapped here really, really early, all right? So it needs to really prove itself here for me to have any interest. And we are just sat at point of control, right? Point of control is white line, right? It's where all the volume is. I don't like trading point of control ever, all right? Again, there is a lesson on this on my YouTube. A trade I like to take is a test, a first test of an old point of control, like previous day's point of control. First test of that, really nice. I think we actually had that this morning. Right here. Okay, so the high this morning, you see this high? Yesterday's point of control. Tested it, failed, double distribution, down. Right, but I'm not interested in playing here today. Maybe come Monday, if we pushed above this and we come back and test it, I'll think about a buy there. Or if we've traded below it, if we gap down and we open up Monday and we come back and retest this level, I'll think about short there. Okay, so a curl here where the buyer stepped in. So if we think about this block right here, it's where the buyer stepped in. All right, so we're trying to hold this. So maybe this has gone bullish, or it's trying to go bullish soon. Okay, and this will be looking for a reprice and retest of this level. So if you are counter trend long in here, we might reprice this. If we start to get above these and really start to prove itself, okay, it must prove itself, but if it starts to do something like this, okay, then we can think about joining. But right now, you have to respect these areas in here. Nvidia is trying to do the inverse head and shoulders, okay? And we do have a W shape potentially forming on the ES. If you look at like an M10, all right? We have a double bottom there where it has not taken the low. And VIX rolled over, all right? So VIX repriced. Maybe I can show that on here. Remember we talked about VIX coming up to the top of the range. Right here, and getting stuck in the flow zones, and now it's starting to fail. So if we make a new lower low on the VIX, we will push on the NQ. So that is a very good sign for a potential further relief rally on the NQ, that the VIX got stuck and it failed to even retest the range that it made at the highs. It's a very, very good sign that we might get some relief here. Man, I'm only going to come online for half an hour. I think I've been on here ages already. Gym time for me soon. My eyes are tired. I made my money this morning. There's absolutely no liquidity on the book. You've got 3 minutes until a new candle. Or 2 minutes now. All right, to a new H1 candle. All right, so we're always interested in these H1 candles. Where is it going to close? Key things. All the volume's completely dried up. Maybe we'll get an injection in 1 minute. Okay, so we ignore this sell signal because of where we are in the chart. Okay, so potentially the H1 is going to close above the previous open, but below its high. So if it can pull back in and then sustain a bid, it can have upside. If it fails underneath, I'm expecting new low prices on the day. We are now above the point of control, interestingly. And they are now spoofing on the tape at 45 and 70. Maybe we can drag this up here. looking good for potential expansion here. Really want to see a flush point on VIX and some conviction. Again, a lot of this is based on Nvidia right now. It's currently sat at 102.47. It really needs to break out for it to have really a sustained auction upside on the markets. Tech is so heavy. If you look at the board right now, it got absolutely hammered today. All the indexes are down. ES down 1.7, NQ's down 2.6, RTY down 1.8, the YM down 1. VIX, they're trying to find bid support here. Very interesting. I'm reluctant to take anything here. Like I said, this is a chop range. These ranges are designed to build liquidity and frustrate people. So right now, we do have a lower high in here. If we get under here, we will have a new lower low, and then I expect a wash of this level. But it is designed to chop right now. And the DXY looks set to do a cup and handle, which is very surprising after the pressure that came in this morning off the print. ES looking to make a new low here. Remember, if we get a downside force here, 400 is the level into 390. I'll need to check some old H1 levels here to see if we have any untouched. Yeah, 390 looks pretty good. And underneath that, wow. You're just looking at free fall on the H1 all the way down to 1880 to 17900. I don't think we get that today, but it's definitely thin. Trap. That's all the market wants to do right now. It's run out of liquidity, so it's got to build it. It has to build liquidity because it has run out of it. Yeah, I mean, that last guy that said it, yeah, like I'm done for the day. There is no volume left. I'm just calling what's left here. I don't think resistance and support is meaningless ever, though, especially on higher time frames. It's never meaningless. Yes, volume matters absolutely. Which is why, the only trade we called live today was from here, was this counter trend push on YouTube. And everything we took in the room was short from here. Yeah, so now we just wait. But I don't think it's meaningless. I think if there's enough volume, while I agree with you, you've got to think in here is the most volume on the whole day, which seems nuts, but it is. And if this is all buying volume, and we come underneath, we're going to get a nice run on that liquidity. And I'm really interested how we close today. The last hour of the day, it really matters to me for a weekly model setup coming into Monday next week. So the way I like to trade is based on weekly models. So I'm looking for Monday, Tuesday to provide me with some key data, which I'm not going to say on YouTube. And then I'm looking for Wednesday and Thursday to use that liquidity. There you go. I'll give you some clues to use that liquidity that Monday and Tuesday provide. And then Friday, I'm looking for a reversal of that used liquidity. All right, which is exactly what we got. So Monday we will reset the count, but I care about how we close today. How we close today will really matter. Sentiment in the market has absolutely changed. You know, if we think about a daily standpoint here, let's just move this up so you can see it. All right, if we think about a daily standpoint, everyone was hoping for a higher low to come in. Is that clear on the screen? Yeah, it is. Okay. All right, from this low to here, and we're trading down into this golden pocket now. Traditionally, the markets like the golden pockets, all right, for higher time frame trading. But I would suggest that once they lied, all right, they lied about NFP last month. My feeling was today that it didn't matter what the market was going to print, the market knows that the job numbers aren't as good. Right, so from a macro point of view, we're in downward pressure. From a seasonal point of view, September's always really heavy. The only difference this season is we have a lead up into election, which is not a normal election. I think there's a lot of indecision in the market, and the market does not like indecision. I think we're seeing that here with risk off. Now, a lot of people think when we get quantitative easing, when we get, you know, what they were hoping was half a basis point cut, which kind of sounds like from the news today is more likely to be a quarter basis point cut. It doesn't matter what cut it is. I don't think we get relief on the market. Historically, quantitative easing is where we start going into recessionary pressure, right? Because we priced too much in. We zoom out here, we've priced so much in this year, right? This is the start of the year, 15,000. We hit a high of 21,000. It's ridiculous. Okay, so if, and there is an if we're going to have downside pressure, we will need to have the 5-day and the Bollinger open up, take out these lows, and from this point we can have a real waterfall moment, which is what a lot of people are calling for. I don't think that happens right now. I think that's a Q4 2025 moment post-election. I would love to see, you know, us accumulate here for a move back up, but right now I can't see it. It just feels like this was a trap above here to run the liquidity, and we've rolled over. And this day here, Tuesday, was very, very telling, as is today. You know, this is heavy pressure, and we have to see, like, do buyers step in here? If we get really heavy in the last couple hours here and we start digging down under here, it gives me a different bias coming into Monday and Tuesday next week about where we might print a Monday and Tuesday level that I'm interested in. That's all I'm going to say. But yeah, we will see. We will see. Let's move these down out of the way. I would love a gap into Monday, having known that we've now flipped this point of control down here. That will be really, really good for a Monday play. But hey, I don't know your name, Mitch. I agree with you. But I could sit here and tell you to buy all the time like Top Step TV do and get you wrecked, and I don't. You know, I'll tell you when the market's dead, and it is dead. It is dead right now. But if you're a scalper, you know, there's still 100 points in these range here. You know, it's a lot. It's a lot. All right, so bids coming in, liquidity coming back into the market. 445, 435 on the bid, 460 on the offer. Micro volume high now set at 75. Nvidia trading sideways with a potential bear flag if it starts to snap. As is the VIX. ES near lows while it was trying to put in a W, struggled. So this box here where the buyers came in is for now holding. All right, is for now holding. Now, what could we get? We could get something like this on a micro level, right? And the easiest plays will be above here, right? Well, if we get a giant squeeze into end of day, end of week imbalances. Sorry again, guys. Cannot stop coughing. Have not been able to stop coughing for 4 weeks now. If any of you have had long COVID with a cough like this, please let me know what you did to get rid of it. There is nothing coming up. I'm just so asthmatic. I've tried running, I've tried steamers, I've tried everything. If you've got any remedies, let me know in the chat, because it would be much appreciated. And then maybe I can stream more often, or I'm not absolutely driving you insane with my cough. I can't see what you've written there. Yeah, BOG matters more than the Fed. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. The yen trade. Which is why I think we see further continuation into gold as they continue to hedge in Asia. And I can really see gold running into the close of the year. Don't worry, guys. Anne-Marie's over on Top Step. You can watch her, you know. How many of you passed combines this week? How many of you took the Apex sale? How many did you blow? That's what I want to know. They must be making so much money, man. Same with Top Step. All these people trading on TV that own a prop firm, blowing their accounts. Well, not blowing it, but like losing 10,000 a day plus on the house account, while traders who pay them hundreds of dollars a month are copying them, getting absolutely nuked. It's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. It's half the reason I'm on today, and I had seen it all week. Short all day today, watching them try and buy the bottom. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Nvidia not looking good here. Sat at 102. Potential micro head and shoulder. It can come and run for that liquidity lower if it wants. I still think it needs to do a 100 check. Doesn't have to be today, but sure looks like it. Alright, so maybe, just maybe, market gives us that move we just talked about. Maybe. I wouldn't mind it just consolidating here into close, to be honest, looking at the hourly chart. Just a real nice build up of volume down here would be ideal going into next week. Quick look at the weekly. Yeah. Weekly's same gap. So we had a week of the 29th, week of the 5th, and the week of the 12th. Okay, all having lows and opens at that 90, 92 level, which is the edge of that gap that we've got marked out here, okay? So that's the draw on the weekly. Underneath that, we have that big weekly dump, what was it, early August, which would take us all the way down to 342 into next week. So the weekly definitely, this weekly bar definitely makes me think that that lower high was in play, has been set, and any break of this weekly structure now on this 400, we're going to retest those low bids into early August. And from that point, it gets very, very dangerous on the markets because you've got a very clear shelf then on NQ coming down into 1700, and a break below that shelf will see the confirmation of a new weekly trend. Okay, because we'll get a break of structure on the weekly, we'll get a new weekly trend for downside pressure, which will be the first time in the market for as long as I can remember that we have a weekly, a daily, an H4, an H1, etc., in a sell. All right, and that matters because you will have higher time frame traders adding sell pressure on the market, which is not something we've had. The reason the market's been so choppy is because the weekly has just been in a pullback. The daily has been fighting the weekly, the H4 has been fighting the daily, the H1 has been fighting the H4, and so forth. The best trades always come when you've got multi-time frame alignment. So if we get a trade where we are in a sell signal across all time frames, we'll have a really nice trade on the books. Testing the bottom of that tiny block here. ES about to make a new low, so I'm expecting this to start to snap down. Flashing bids at 35s now. Very tight. So maybe short-term sellers who took that squeeze pop covering into lows. No divergence here. No ES, neither NQ took the lows out. Volume is absolutely gone. It left the market at 11 o'clock today and never came back. We're just in a complete downtrend on volume right now. To be expected on a Friday. Guys, the Top Step house account is down $21,000 today. That's got to put it down fucking 100 grand on a week or something. How much money are they making from people blowing up their challenges watching it? It is insane. Surely there's going to be some legal requirement there that you cannot profit from people failing and watching you. That just stinks of a legal issue there for Michael Patak. You might need to sort that out. Okay, fresh lows for the ES here. 23 key for the VIX. Nvidia back at 102. And we are under volume point of control on the day, and we are under or at key level on the H1. We are at the Bollinger Band, and we have potential range underneath down to 90. Again, ask yourself, do you want to be trading when we are doing this, when all the signals are tight, when we are in an old gap? Okay, when we have done, I don't know what the move was today, 400 points or something. Yeah, more. 500, 550. Ask yourself, do you need to be trading this? All right, hopefully you got that long counter trend with me and that was enough. What is that in reply to OX64 into the Top Step comment? Is that what you're talking about? Madness, absolute madness. I'm not hating on any. Look, trading's hard. You're not going to get it right every time. It's absolutely fine. Yeah, but the issue is where they make money, right? So I think from a legal standpoint, it's dangerous. It has been going on for a very long time now, yeah. And I think they can call some good levels, but a level is just a level, right? You need a setup at that level. So just because you see resistance, you don't short, right? You wait for a reaction and a setup. It isn't hating, yeah. It's just pointing out obvious. I agree. I absolutely agree. Like, they don't like it, and I know Pat's been calling it out loads, but he's so aggressive with it. But yeah, they don't like it. But they've got to do something. They have to do something. I think it's a matter of time till they get a knock on the door about that. Yeah, it's very different to seeing me trade and fail, or Pat or Matt or Nutty or Trader TV or whoever. Like, you get trades wrong, right? That's part and parcel of it. But when you're directly profiting and you've got a subscription base that they've got, I don't think it looks good. And it's also teaching bad habits. The amount of things I see and I'm like, what? I don't understand why you're even teaching that. You're supposed to be expert traders who traded the pit. Get out of here, man. Like, and then they're nice guys, don't get me wrong. I think they're really nice guys. I think they're good people. Yeah, totally. Okay, so Momo Cloud still holding price down. Yes, under the lows right now. VIX trying to pop, coming into 80, 23 the key level. It will have supply 2320 up to 2380. Nvidia starting to look more and more like a bear flag / head and shoulders on a micro time frame that can roll over. The dollar is just stuck right now. Interesting, the 30 years gone green. Here we go. Run of the lows coming. Completion of the micro cup here.
Seller sweep yes. Seller sweep.
Absolutely no relief for dip buyers today who did not understand when they were counter trend.
Seller sweep yes.
I'll show you the weekly level you need to be aware of. Okay, this right here. Okay, previous week open. Before that was a previous week low. Okay, that will be a level that the market will be looking at right now. That is the same level as this gap, yeah? Okay, so if it can trade down, then it will target into that level. Interesting, it didn't sweep back there. I'm going to need another drink here. Sorry, team. This COVID is wild.
Sweep yes. Iceberg yes buy.
Meta now under 500. Google approaching 150s, so 152s. Microsoft sitting at 401. So everything's sitting at very, very key psychological levels right now. Little stuff there on the VIX. Tried to break out, hit that imbalance, and failed breakout of that little range and failed into 23s. Very interesting. Adding pressure to it now. Coming into a new 15-minute and 30-minute bar. How have you all found trading the increased volatility the last month? I think people with trade NQ have probably really struggled to adjust. You know, when you're getting 60, 70, 80 point candles fairly regularly, it can be really hard to adjust your size. Definitely took me a minute to adjust size, adjust stops. You know, I don't think you can do this whole, these traders are risking 10 points. I mean, if you can do it, amazing, don't get me wrong, but I think it can be very, very hard to do that. Amount of times you're going to be wrong or stopped out, even though you're right, kind of thing, you know? Like, even like, look at this here. This candle's not even a big candle. From 45s to the highs 61, and we're in a tightened range. When you get that expanding range, like, it just gets so hard to adjust your risk profile. Just got to size down in these markets. The days you'll make big money is when you just leave that runner on and it goes for you, like today. It's not a market to size up in. Just pressure every time frame. Look, 30-minute.
Buyer sweep yes.
No shift. All right, other than that pop, no shift.
Seller sweep yes.
All right, they're attempting it on the book. They're trying to provide some liquidity to bid up here.
Sell iceberg NQ. Absorptions buyers NQ. Iceberg ES buy. Buyer sweep yes.
Here we go. They're providing that liquidity. It's going to try and search for it. Stops will be at 70s. They're offering 75. Bit of a spoofer there. On, off, non-stop. Video holding 102s up to 102.25s. VIX still in that range, but did a failed breakout into the M10 imbalance. Market does not know what it wants to do right now. Just trapped sideways. Again, for anyone just joining, we are in a huge trend down day. We are tapering at the bottom of the range in an old gap on the daily Bollinger Band. This is not an area I'm looking to short and participate in. There was one long trigger here for a squeeze up that we took, but there is nothing else. This is building liquidity. I'm not interested in taking shorts here, scalping out non-stop. It's not how I like to trade. I like to have good, strong trend development with a very key, obvious level of liquidity target that I can go for. And today we had that because we had the IB balance as a target and we had the news wick. And then beyond that, we had the Bollinger Band. Now there's a lack of targets other than this level down here into the weekly level and the gap. There is not much else, and you've got to ask yourself, what is your risk profile in trying to get there? When you zoom out, and we have done a move this big, this is tapering now. You know, if the end of day balances come out and they do that, it would not surprise me in the slightest. It also would not surprise me to see it do this. Maybe not that far, but like this. All right, so I'm not participating in anything unless it can give me a clear setup, which it's already given me today. Why is my lower time frame algo off? There we go. If you're joining, you're wondering what the indicator is. It is my Flow Zone Momo Pro indicator suite. It's just for people in my room at the moment. It's in beta phase. There will always only be people in my room. But it will show you momentum, deep pullback, buy and sell triggers, lower time frame algos, initial balances, higher time frame algos, and it will also show you the previous day high, previous day open and closes together there, and the previous day low. All right, that's what it would do every single day. So I can zoom out and you can see a bit more. It's a bit easier and clearer. All right, so it always print you your daily levels and your key levels that I'm always looking at, and it works on multiple time frames. So I like to trade on lower time frames. You will notice that I'm always looking at higher time frames, but I execute on low time frames. And I'm interested in the momentum on the lower time frame and the algorithms on the lower time frame, so I can execute and take my profits and leave a runner on and be done for the day. It's how I like to trade. All right, I'm going to give it a few more minutes and see if we break this low or if we do a fail breakout, and then I'm going to call it and go and enjoy my weekend. Do you YouTube every Friday? This is the first live stream I've done, and I actually only did it because I got sick of seeing people get destroyed watching the other YouTube channel we were talking about. But maybe I'll start live streaming every day soon, if it's useful. I might not do it from the open because I live in Los Angeles and I have to get up very, very early. And I trade with my room at the open. So maybe I'll do it. I'll see. Maybe I'll do it from the open, but if not, I could comfortably do it from just before the initial balance set every day. Maybe that's a good time to trade, I think, where we can judge, what type of day we're going to have. Are we in a trending day? Are we in a ranging day? Do we have an inside bar on the daily? So yeah, maybe I'll start doing YouTube more regularly. I'm learning my way with it. It's all new for me. I think the channel's only been up under a year. And until this point, all I do is provide, or trying to provide, good, useful information, especially for newer traders. Give you some edge where I can without giving too much away. But yeah. Oh, that's great. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, it means a lot. It means a lot to know, like, if I'm helping someone. I think the most important thing, I want to provide education and help people more than anything else. All right, so we have a bit of divergence here in the market. Nvidia looks like might want to have a pop. ES made fresh lows. NQ did not make fresh lows. The VIX is holding and is in a area of imbalance, but it is above its lower time frame algorithm. What have we got here? Do I only trade NQ? Historically, I traded ES a lot more, but a lot of guys in my community trade NQ, so I've been trading NQ with them so that I can call levels. I generally don't love to trade multiple different tickers. It's half the reason that I trade futures. I like focusing on one. I think NQ is a little bit wild, but does provide a lot of opportunity right now, especially if you consider the market moved up into basically a bubble based on tech. All right, so we got a big drive on NQ. When tech starts failing, we're going to get a bigger waterfall on NQ, which is why NQ has relative weakness against the S&P, the ES right now. The ES was pinned near a double top high. The NQ was nowhere near it. I don't trade CL. I've never traded CL. I do trade gold. I like trading gold. If I trade it, I trade it at the open of Asia, so in the evenings. I trade it very much based on Malaysian SNR. Oh, thank you very much. So that's my background. I'm almost 40 now, but yeah, I've got a degree in sports psychology. So a lot of work I do is psychological based. I think a lot of traders really struggle to, or let's put it this way, a lot of people would pick up trading who come from a competitive background, and I'm one of them, really struggle to adjust because you get it in your head that you need to win all the time, and you think that being profitable on a trade is winning, and you stop trading the process, right? So you get obsessed with green, 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 when actually winning in trading is just trading your edge. And that includes taking losing trades. You will not win every time. And until a trader understands that you have to become good at losing, you have to be okay with losing, you will continue to fight that the same way you'd fight playing a sport. And that's why I think a lot of people who are competitive athletes really struggle. So yeah, journaling for that stuff, absolutely key. And just retraining the brain. I still struggle with it from time to time, but it's half the reason, to be honest, I developed the flow zone system, because it's color based and it's screaming at you on the chart what to do. And if you're not doing what it's telling you to do, then you have to understand you're fighting against momentum, which is the easiest way to blow up. I started my trading career a long time ago, and I was trading small caps, penny stocks, mainly on the short side. And all my big losses really came from manipulated Chinese stocks, which I knew would eventually go down, that I just would not admit failure in. And when you think about the indexes, all right, they are built to go up. They rebalance constantly. You know, if you're a weak stock in the NQ, you get booted out at the end of the year and you get replaced with a stronger stock. So they are built to only go up. So long, higher time frame over yearly processes, you're going to always net 5% on average. This year it was 11% until recently, but 5% on average. So if you're fighting that 5% trend all the time, you're asking for problems. So you just have to understand that, and be willing to be wrong. More chop here. Surprise, surprise. I'm out of sync. Is that better? There we go. All right, still divergence playing out. ES really looks like it wants to have another pop down. It is building a descending triangle, which is often a squeeze relief. Here we go. Here's your squeeze relief. 102.60 on Nvidia. Do we get covering on this double bottom? So for you ICT traders, this would be an SNT, right? We didn't sweep below here, but we did on ES. So there's your divergence, what normal people would call it. Here's your breakout. So we have lower low. This is the high that created that low. So we're now into very low time frame bullish structure. Okay, so we're above here. So if we push, pull back, pull back, we can get relief back up to top of range. All right, so if you're a breakout trader and you took that, your TP1 should be into this deep pullback, into these stops here. It's counter trend. Everything long is counter trend today. See money, take money, move stop, break even, be aggressive with your stop. Do not be aggressive with your ads, be aggressive with your stops. All right, I'd love some feedback. If I'm going to start doing this more regularly, to the few of you that are here, what would make this stream better? Do I need music? Do I need different screens? Do I need to show something differently? So there you go. There's your relief rally into deep pullback. That's why you take profit, TP1, into the deep pullback, right? Right there. Push up, stuff, hold. Right, so even that, if you took that as a breakout trader, 14 points, not bad, not how I trade, but for a lot of people that's enough. They're looking for 10 points. Guys like Trades by Matt, and I'm not knocking him, I think it's amazing what he's done. Trades 10 points, it's always looking to pick up 10 points consistently over 20 Apex accounts. Brilliant. I wish I could trade like that a lot of the times, honestly, guys. That isn't just not how I work. I like trending markets. I like to put a trade on and try and hold it as long as possible. And it's normally not long enough. Oh, thanks. Well, I appreciate that. Is the mic quality bad? Because I've moved rooms recently and I've always used the same mic, but recently it sounds a bit dodgy. So we are going to get a buy signal. There you go. There's your buy signal on a very, very, very low time frame there. All right, you'd need this candle to close up. Thought that might happen. I just still don't like it. You're just buying the bottom of a range, but you know, I don't like the shorts down here, so I prefer a rotation up, but it hasn't proved anything. Oh, nice, amazing, thank you. Thanks for the feedback, I really appreciate it.
Seller sweep yes. Seller sweep yes.
Okay, so we're just dancing on the point of control here. But what I would say is underneath the point of control is very low volume, which means there was absolutely no interest in a short on that low of day break, right? So here's your point of control. Here is the volume underneath that point of control, right? On these low wicks on the hourly, zero participation. No one's interested down there. So we are on an edge right now. No one knows if it wants to move lower, it moves higher. We're in, this is your area where people are participating and there is no volume underneath, nothing. So if we regain point of control, can we auction up? Yes, we can have some relief to the upside. But look at this, it is just barcode, even on an M15, other than that squeeze out that we got, barcode. Right, so if we dropped, what would it look like? So you'd be looking for this, all right? And this might be Monday. And I think I'm going to do a educational video over the weekend. I had a request on Twitter to do a very simple video on pullback trading. I do have a video on YouTube on mastering pullbacks, but I got told it was maybe assumed knowledge or too complicated. So I'm going to try and think of how I can do a very, very simple one. And I'll try and drop that Sunday, maybe. All right, so again, we've got new tapering. So if we think about a channel, all right, steep, less steep, less steep, less steep. There is a new tapering channel like this. Okay, so we're trying to hold bids above. Liquidity has been built on a very low time frame, on a micro point of view like this. This was the stops. Breakout. Again, same as here, it has to hold these levels, and we didn't hold it here, which is why we auctioned down. It needs to hold these levels of stops here for a chance to auction up. If it doesn't hold those stops, then no one is trapped in the market. If no one's trapped in the market can't move. I've got Top Step on a side screen, and I'm just like hoping they take another trade. Oh, I'm an asshole. Mind you, I think Dolby's actually one of the few traders on there who's decent. Knows what he's doing, has a very strict system. He plays ranges, so he trades the edge of ranges. That's his playbook. It's the key to trading. Just have a system, stick to it. Have one setup. You know, there's a trader in my room who's horrible at trading ranges, and he knows it, but he is fantastic at trading momentum. So he just trades the days where we're not having inside days, where we have momentum like today. You know, and I can't get through that enough. Like, if you're a trader that's only good at bullish setups, and you do something like you learn one pattern, you're really good at trading W's, let's say, just trade that. Just wait, stalk the market for that. Forget everything else. Forget it. Just trade one setup. You might get that setup 2-3 times a week. That's enough. Honestly, it's all you need. If you're trading every day, you don't need to be trading every day. Like this week is a prime example. It offered some crap trades while it built liquidity for today. And we talked about it in my room. We talked about the liquidity it would need to build and how we would use it today, and we did. In fact, I'll see if I can even bring some of it up, some of the conversations that we've had. So this is what we were looking for this morning, all right? 6:44, so that's 9:44 market time, right? We were looking for that push, failure to take out the low. Which was this, right? Just have a system. You just got to have a system and stick to it. All right, here we go. Sustaining. Look how it's sustaining above the stops. It's sustaining above the tapering. So we need to see expansion now, and then the same thing with this bunch of stops up here. It's how the market works. Okay, so now we need to see expansion, pull back, hold, expansion, pull back, hold, expansion, and then maybe we can trade to the lower time frame algorithm. Can give you more examples in the room if you would like, if it's helpful. Okay, this was the trade we took yesterday. Right, we were short all day. We waited for this huge pullback hold of the anchored VWAP, and we got long on the break, and we add, sell, add, sell into the high time frame algorithm. All right, very similar to this today, to be honest. This move here, this squeeze move back up. Difference is it's a Friday now, so it's going to really struggle to get going. All right, looking good here. Into your deep pullback. Now, I would imagine this has fired off on the M1. There you go. So it's fired off on that pullback and it's holding. So where's it going to attack? It's going to start to attack these liquidity levels. Now, if it gets going now, while I'm watching the VIX roll over and NVIDIA approach 103, we are going to start pushing all the way up here because there is a ton of stops set up here, okay? These levels, these wicks, this is where the stops are, all right? So if the market wants to rebalance into close, that's what it's going to do. We can think about that the same on like an M15 chart, right? It's the same levels. It's these levels up here. Remember what we talked about? H1 gets above point of control, can start to cause a short-term squeeze, a cover rally. All right, and that was off the divergence with ES because ES took the low, so ES did the trap. All right, so you can see the shift here moving to buy side. All right, here we go. We're moving to buy side. Okay, we don't know how far it's going to go. Might stop here, might stop here, might be really nasty and keep going. All right, maybe they don't want to hold anything over the weekend. Depends how much inventory they've got and what they're expecting next week. And you've got a new H1 candle coming in 3 minutes. Okay, so again, you need to be thinking about where are we closing? Are we going to close above the previous open? If so, can we rally up? Can we rally up and retest these levels again? Or are we just going to be pinned in here? All right, so pullbacks now. You'd be looking for pullbacks. I know this is still a range. You are mid-range, so you have to be careful, but you would have to find a good risk reward, a good bullish pattern, something like this. Okay, something like this, where you can think about getting long with very limited risk and getting one off at 1R and holding a runner and moving that stop up break even. You do not want to guess this pullback here, okay? You need it to show you something to risk against. Otherwise, you are in danger, all right, of going like, oh fuck, I've got too much size on what happened. Okay, so you have to wait. You can always go down to another time frame, all right? You can always look at another time frame. So far, this looks good. A straight rebalance of this M2 candle. We've now triggered a buy on the flow zones on an M2 and an M1. All right. And we can potentially, if it can get above the deep pullback zone, attack the stops, the edge of the gap and the lower time frame. Again, if it rolls over, it will come for these lows and it will try and attack 400 and 390. There is never just one setup, all right? There's always if or in the market. It will either do this or it will do this. If it does this, it will do this or it will do this. If you get too pinned to one idea, one bias, one setup, that's when you get stuck. It is holding above 75, which is where that old micro volume node is on volume. You would need to see ES break 420 with conviction. VIX is really starting to roll now. It's coming back down to test the low. So it looks like it's put in a lower high. If it gets a break of structure for a lower low, that's when you're going to get big relief. Can zoom out of this if it's easier. I don't know how much you want it zoomed in or zoomed out for levels. Okay, but that's what we're looking at. Okay, so if it can sustain bids, we're looking for a trade into here, through that all the way up to IB. That's asking a hell of a lot, but there is time. You've got an hour left. You have an hour left of the market into power hour for them to cover positions if they need. All right, so this looks good. Flags playing out here. Pullbacks held. All right, here's your flag. Accelerating through the pullback now. Needs to see sustained bids because this is where first level of stops are. So if it just takes these out and trades back inside, it's far less attractive. VIX looking good now, approaching 22. Flush of 22 will bring it down to... Could bring it all the way down to the initial balance of 21.30. 22.12 now. Really, really starting to get heavy on the VIX here. We could really start squeezing here if they flush this. ES lagging a little bit, but is trying to curl on a W shape. You do not want ES to start failing on an approach to 35 because then we'll come back inside and then it would be pinned between 35 and 12 as a range, which is a decent sized range. Nvidia trying to get going. It's looking for a break of 103.40. We can call it 103.50, 103.80 for any relief. Let's just check this on the daily for a fib and where we might get some relief too. Yeah, which is near the lower time frame algorithm. Okay. Okay, I'm going to delete these now, clean it up a little bit. I'll be right back. Still pinned. You got that psychological level of 500 above you. Here we go. Lovely. Key level here, 22 on a VIX. Fail that and we get a absolute ripper of a squeeze up off that buy signal. Okay, off the buy signal right here. Came even earlier here. Okay, so please, if you took that, start moving your stop up to break even. You are counter trend long. You are counter trend long. So if sellers want to come back into the market on this imbalance up here, on these wicks up here, they can. So just please be proactive with your stops when you're counter trend long. If you don't understand what I mean by counter trend long, the higher time frame market conditions are bearish and the lower time frame are bullish. So you are bullish up until the high time frame players want to get bearish again. Lovely squeeze here, beautiful. All right, so this tapering is starting to pan out. So you will need to be looking for these levels up here. You have an imbalance here. There is liquidity on the book above 25, which is in this imbalance. 107 contracts. So you get through that, we can trigger a new squeeze. We've got lows coming here on the VIX, taking out that 22 like I talked about, increasing upside pressure. I think we're going to keep going here. Increasing upside pressure here. volume coming in. Shorts being late shorts to the market, forced to cover. They never ever learn, it seems. So we should get a very nice push on any pullback that can hold. Market's trying to draw it above 25. All right, you've got people adding up there to sell. About 100 contracts spread between 25 and 30 right now. Has to see if it can hold. Please move your stops up like we talk about. All right, your counter trend. So momentum is holding for upside. Remember, we've taken out all these stops. All the late shorts here have been taken out. So the same thing applies. Pullbacks will need to hold where the late shorts got taken out. So you'd want to see like this block here, for example, holding. Can we hold between 90 and 75 to put in another higher low and then look for a new break of structure and a higher high? If it fails these, all right, if it fails to put in a pattern here, which is attractive for bulls, it will roll back over. So this is a retest for the VIX of 22. It needs to reject the old candlewick bottom for increased pressure, and then it can attack the IB high. If that attacks the IB high, we will continue upside and we will go for that orange box and the lower time frame algo. If you're enjoying this, if it's helpful, drop me a like and subscribe. Let me know in the comments. If you don't understand what I'm talking about and you want to learn more, I have a course on my YouTube right now, and it is on sale with code YouTube $399, one-time fee, 20 plus hours course. Plus you get access to my Discord room for life. Plus you get this algorithm you are seeing in front of you right now. And if you don't want to do that, it's also totally fine. There's tons of free information on my YouTube. Loads of free educational videos on how to trade reversals, how to trade momentum, how to not fight trends. So initial reprice held. ES really needs to get going. It's got a good bullish candle in here. It's got another just over a minute to close this bar. See, the H1 is starting to grind up. Now, I like this on the H1 because it can, on a higher time frame, create a bear flag for me to use next week. Higher the better. Get squeezing. Get squeezing. We are going to probably close above the Bollinger Band as it stands after wicking below it and not quite filling all of that gap, but the gap was previous filled, so it just came in to retest it, the grey box. Lovely from Nvidia here, looking for the breakout, 103.20, where the old shorts were. So pop that might increase market participants to the buy side in tech if it can sustain a bit above it. Has to sustain a bit above it. Meta now 502 above that 500 level. Microsoft 402 above that 400 level. We said all of tech was coming into very, very key levels. Would it find some bidding action? Tesla approaching 115. That's been hammered the hardest out of all of them, that and Meta. The Tesla down almost 7% on the day. So a little relief rally here on tech would not surprise me. Can NQ hold that 500 psych level? Not much on the tape that I'm looking at. Micro volume node at 520, but not much there. No notable size other than a bid all the way down at 425 of 200 contracts, interestingly. So worth thinking about that into the imbalances. want to see his 5-minute candle expand really across the indexes. Nice push. Testing the 20s. Remember, structure is a little far away now. We did that pull back in and held. So right to here. This is the block all the way down here. So it needs to hold this for sustained bid action to the upside. Can draw it out for you if it's easier. All right, it needs to hold this. Lower time frame we're talking about. Ideally these wicks here, because this is where all the shorts were stuck. That's why this traded back down to that wick. All right. Late shorts were stuck here. Short, 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 short. That was their out. Squeeze. Return back in. Covered. Covered break even and holding. So we need to see this level hold. VIX still under that key level of 22, which is great if you're a bull. Dollar's just absolutely pinned, barcoding, doing absolutely nothing. Okay, here's the potential pullback. Just absolutely nothing on the book right now, I've noticed. Biggest order now. Right, they pulled that 25. Those 200 contracts at 425 got pulled. And we're going to trade down towards 85 now, it looks like. I keep adding down there to try and drag it. All right, so here's the old block. And the momentum clouds. And the higher time frame pullback clouds. So does it hold this and trade up? Or is this simply a liquidity run on these stops and we're going to trade lower? We will see. We need to see a bullish structure in here, like a flag or a W or a micro head and shoulders. We will need to see something bullish in here to let us know we can attack these highs.
Buyers VPS.
Thank you, Vide. Appreciate it. Drop me a subscribe if you haven't already. And yeah, I'll probably be on next week. Maybe I'll do at least a few sessions. And if I enjoy it and I think you guys are finding it useful, then maybe I'll start doing it every day. Start teaching every day. Nice drive up here. Okay, so we're retesting the open of this previous 2-minute candle. Now we need to get through that, retest this resistance and squeeze through. So notice how it held, right? Held the exact level we were talking about. It held the demand block, it held the flow zones, it held the higher time frame, deeper pullback, right? But we need to see it get through this level right here. Okay, this is key. It's very, very simple. All right, we come up, support, 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 come up, support, we break through it. That is now resistance. All right, even on a lower time frame, it matters. It's how you need to look at SNR of candles. We want to see a squeeze through this, all the way up. All right. If it needs to trap, we'll do this. Okay, and you can come in late. Right, we'll run these out. If it rolls, it will do this. Right, those are the plays. That's what's in play right now. 2 different plays. But short-term, lower time frame momentum is to the upside. Higher time frame momentum is to the downside. So you're not pro-trend. The best trades happen when these are aligned. My lord. Oh, this cough is terrible. What are you all doing this weekend? Are you all excited that, as you would call it, football, American football is back? I watched the game last night. Thought Kansas got very, very, very lucky. That Lamar was on fire at the end, man. It was so good to watch. But yeah, anyone watching any of the games this weekend? I'll be watching what I call football, the soccer. It's England-Ireland. Should be good. All right, possible flag here. Keeps tapping in and holding. I always wonder when they do this, when they leave those lows like that, do they do one sweep and turn inside? But the RR is there right now if you're attacking that lower time frame algo. Competing, working. What do you compete in? Oh, sick. That's cool. Really cool. I'm a big F1 fan. Are you based here? What kind of cars is it? And are you a driver or part of like the crew or? Super cool job. Here we go. I always wonder if they're going to do this little wick. Will they run these wicks down and run it back up? Or is this the rollover? So when you've got 1, 2, 3 lots of stops there, come on, just flush it down and then wick it back up if you're going to do it. So liquidity is being provided here by the bulls who are soaking. So see all these stops. When I see these, I kind of expect these to get run out before any upside move. Doesn't always happen, but those are the kind of traps that I like. When we do something like this really quickly, and I can enter there and risk beneath, it didn't even run it there. So potential flag here. Really nice. VIX back inside 22s. Nvidia at 103s. That's awesome, man. An analyst. That's super cool. Yeah, I'm going to try and get to the F1 this year. Out here. Was lucky enough to meet Lewis a couple years ago. And yeah, I love going. Been a fan forever. Actually DJ'd at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix in 2018 on the track, which is super cool. Yeah, I love all motorsport. Here we go. Squeeze out. Here we go. Here we go. I expect these to get run now. 1, 2, 3 highs. I expect those to get run. We do have an imbalance here, but this is looking good. Needs to get through 20s with conviction, and then we have a chance to come up into these stops in this yellow block, potentially the edge of this, and potentially that lower time frame algo. So again, if you got long on these pullbacks or you took that flag breakout, move your stop up if it starts to go your way. Okay, you are counter trend. I cannot say this enough. You're counter trend. All right, so any money, you see money, take money, move your stop up, hope that the runner works for you. Rinse, repeat when you're counter trend. Do not be using full size the same way you would on a pro trend play. So they are flashing, they're flashing bids lower to try and pull it right now. So funny to watch the tape like that. 90s now flashing, and 15s. And again. And again. They're just toying with the market. '20s now. 95s now flashing, trying to drag it. There you go. Right, maybe we get one side run out now. So you see how now we have these highs here with stops here and here. Okay, so I think that just ran it on the bottom side. It did. So that was the play we were talking about just before. I like it if it can run a side out. All right, so you had buys in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lots of stops in here. So you have like 15 plus minutes of buyers who had their stop right at that low, which took it and it's traded back inside. So while it's taking their liquidity, stop them out. Hopefully, all right, the algorithm has bought against them and can trade back up, all right, and then it can try and attack these. It might want to dig down further first, but these are like the plays that I look for, the trap plays that I look for. I prefer it to happen over multiple candles because then you get something that looks more like that, yeah, and you buy here and you risk here. Check the M1. Yeah. The danger, the only danger right now is all these. Because it didn't run it and ES did, every buyer's stop is down here on the day. That's the biggest danger. Still holding a flag pullback zone. Here we go. So the move right there probably showed it on the 1 minute better. Set the tone and then go. It needs to get going though. The longer it's here, the worse it is. You just need this to absolutely start gunning for that upside liquidity. And you need VIX to get back under 22 to do it. Nvidia just basing out at 103. Go run the stops. Use these stops here to get up to here, yeah? It needs to use this, force these short sellers to cover to do this. That's what it has to do for upside. Do you know what I'll do? I'll put in the M15 block in here. All right, this is the old M15 sell block, in case any of you are trading this, so you're aware of your targets. There you go. 2 for 2 on the stream. Come on. Counter trends, hardest trend to take, and still calling it. Right, that's the M15 block, that red block. So partial into there, please. Move your stops, break even, or move your stops up into the money. That's quite a nice squeeze off the momentum pullback, right? That's 40 points for you already. All right, and then hold your runners. See if it can take out this liquidity. See if it can take out the lower time frame algo. But you're counter trend, so be proactive. Same rules apply. You want it to hold the levels where those shorts were stuck, right? That's how you will get conviction for more upside. So all you have to be thinking about all the time, who is stuck? Where are they stuck from? How will they act, all right? So if you are a short here, you should have covered there, causing that pop. If you did not cover here, all right, the moment it comes down and gives you the option to get breakout even, you're getting breakout even, which is a cover point, and that's where it goes. If it fails back inside, all right, and there's no reaction there, that's telling you that they're still in total control, all right, and that there's no bid support for further upside. So you want these levels here to hold, so you can still think about the same things. We can go from a fib, a new fib, right? You need these levels to hold, these flag levels, these 50s, they've got to hold. Which is why I keep saying, like, take the upside, take some profits, partial out, move the stop up. You are counter trend in a range, right? And you are near the top of the range. If you think about this as the range, right? You're in the golden pocket of the range. So you don't want to force yourself too much. All right, 40, 50 points there you got, or maybe you got less, you took the break, you got 30 points, still a great trade. Great trade. Oh my gosh. Can't zoom in on me. What's going on? Maybe if I come out and go back in. There we go. All right, that's why you take partials. So now you're looking for this level to hold again. Okay, you're looking of the breakout of the flag needs to hold again. If we get a rollover, right, like we talked about, if it is an if we get a rollover, you are looking for this. You are not taking this shoulder, you are taking underneath here for a rotation back to the low. Okay, don't be early. Do not be early to trades. It's the key. Wait, join. All right, no guessing, no being early. This is very choppy range. This is not easy trades to take. You have to be very accurate. You have to take your money off the table once it presents you the option to take profit. So what did we fail? We failed that same block. All right, that's why I put it in. So the M15 supply block. So it came up, tacked, nope. All right, this is also the edge of this imbalance. Remember we talked about this earlier. See this big down candle? Right? Didn't get through it. Oh, you're welcome, Michael. Like, honestly, it means so much just knowing I'm helping people, because I know there's so many guys on YouTube who maybe don't give the information. They're just like long or short or show profit or whatever. Like, I want to treat this channel very differently. I really just want to teach. That's all I want to do. Just teach people how to read it in the moment live, how to think. Yeah, if you want to learn all my thoughts, all my setups, literally like my whole game plan, how I trade every single day, you can do the course. It's literally 20 hours from absolute newbie all the way up to really, really advanced models with all my playbooks, like every single setup that I'm looking for and how I'm looking for it. And also you get a lifetime membership in Discord, and you also get this Flow Zone Pro indicator and another indicator actually. Yeah, links in the description if you're interested, and if not, no problem. Thank you so much for being here and watching, and there's tons of videos for free on my YouTube as well. All right, so we're still holding. So if I was looking at this, what am I thinking? I would like more upside. My only thing is all these stops down here. There's just so many. I know this wicked it out, but I'm still thinking upside. Again, I want it to get through these closes. This is old resistance, came back. It didn't find support there. It needs to close above for me to have conviction, right? Or this here, all right? We need to do this, right? For conviction for higher prices. You will have early imbalances coming out in like 10-15 minutes, and then after that you will have the final imbalances in the last 10 minutes. All right, what ICT likes to call the enigma algorithm, which all it actually is are the institution imbalances getting paired off, right? So if you don't understand how that works, Apple, like say today the market was in a sell, every single big stock is in a sell, right? There might be more orders still out there that need to be paired off, so you might have a sell side imbalance where everyone needs to have their shorts or their sells filled, and they're looking for someone to pair that off. Or sometimes you have it the other way, it flips the other way. We've been in a sell all day and people are looking to buy. It might be millions, it can be billions of shares across, you know, the big companies, and that affects the market in the last 10 minutes because they have to get paired off. It is not an enigma, right? It's nothing like that. It is just the MOC imbalances. While I think ICT's teachings are great, you have to read between the lines, and there are flaws. Oh, thanks so much, OX64. Appreciate it. And they're a really good bunch in the room. Yeah, if you click on flowzonetrader.com and then you go through to the Teachable website, you'll literally be able to see the whole like course, every single lesson. It will show you all the lessons, all the modules, how long they are, so you can see it's not some flimsy thing. It's a proper bit of kit. Yeah. I need to update the website as well. At the moment, for some reason, it's got an old version of an algo for sale, and nothing should be for sale. So whatever you do, don't buy that because it won't work, and I have to refund you. All right, so notice how the VIX is still holding that 22s. It's now at 22.20. It's trying to create like a rebase. So for the VIX to flush, all right, we would need to see a drop-based drop. So we've had the drop, we had the base, we've had the drop. Now it's just basing. If it rallies back up, all right, we're not going to get any more upside in the market. So always one eye on what else is going on. Nvidia did break out and it's come back inside its old range, so it's retesting its breakout point. So it needs to hold this breakout point the same way we talked about this. Once you break out, you need to hold that breakout point for more upside. Nvidia's doing the same thing. Probably the whole market is doing the same thing. And if I read out the levels that the market's on, you'll understand key levels like whole numbers. Apple 122.21, so 120 key. Microsoft 402, so 400 was key. Amazon 170, was key because it's at 172 now. Google 150 was key because it's at 152 now. Meta 500 was key because it's trading at 501. Nvidia 103, so that 100 level we never got to is key. Tesla is trading at 213, so 200 is key. So these psychological levels, they pay off. Understanding when we're coming into them is when you might want to start taking profits if you were short. So do we get a stop run here? Do we get a flush? Do we get a micro head and shoulders? Whatever we get, we will be patient and let it happen. Remember, the point of control on the day is around 65-ish. So down here, this is the point of control. So it might want to just be nasty and come straight back to that POC. Remember, this is the old block. Now it's flushed out. All those buyers who didn't take profit, like I told you to, take profit on counter trends, they are now flushed out and out the money. Now, does it hold this block or does it trade back down to a POC? Right, a reminder, point control, H1 down here. Like we said, the VIX, if it can't stay under 22, the market will move down. So now VIX is trading back up at 22.33. So it's going to test the old base. Right? Expect some chop in the final 20 minutes. As we've had such a big sell day, there will be, I'm sure, some massive imbalances. And it's all about how those get paired off. So remember what we talked about. Those stops were here. We broke out, we held above those stops. We broke out, we held above these stops. We broke out, we failed to hold above these stops. We come under. Can this retest? Let's get rid of this now. Now we're in a key level, right? Our bull's going to hold this for more upside after a trap, or where bulls stopped out, are we going to retest this and do this move? So a reclaim will be the opposite. A reclaim will be this move, right? One of two moves we are watching all the time. And then we are joining once it proves to us and shows us what it's doing. So far you can see that wick is rejecting where everyone stopped out. So I want to do a line here just so it's clear. All right, so this is your over-under on the market right now. All right, this is where bulls are trapped. They're underwater, and it's where breakout shorts rejoined for downward pressure. All right, so a new break of structure would be under this candle low, will signify continuation, at least in the short term. Right here, oh, I don't know why I did a fib there. Should be this, right? So this would be continuation of break of structure. All right, again, I would say, even if you're short now, I would be thinking about taking profits, because where have buyers stepped in all day? They've stepped in here, haven't they? All day. They've stepped in here. All right, so yeah, I'd love to see this get taken out, but buyers have stepped in here. And on a higher time frame, well, a median time frame, let's say, we're probably at like 50%. Yeah, holding 50%. So fair value, right? You're not in premium of this range, and you're not in discount of this range, so you lack edge. So now we wait. Does this reject and we get downside? Does it reclaim? We get inverted head and shoulders for upside. Again, it's very risky now. You're coming to the final 20 minutes. You're going to get imbalances. They might move the market violently. All right. Nice push up here. So the old block on a lower time frame is this one right here, right? Wow, cannot stop coughing. "20 minutes left, team. Any questions, anything like that before we go? Any videos you'd like to see? Any information you need? And let me know how you did today. Are you green? Are you red? Did you get the 2 trades we called? God. I've got to get a drink now. Sorry. Oh my gosh. All right, still rejecting the old block. Very, very tight here. Remember, this is the block on the M2. That block right here to be rejected. We are now trying to get back underneath the flow zone. So on the M1, we will be under them. There you go. So it's on a sell signal on the M1. So the lower time frame will always trigger first. So M1's on a sell signal. M2 will shortly go to a sell signal. If it sustains a break of structure, we will have momentum. If you are short here, you should be taking profit after a break of structure. Not all of the profit, a little bit of the profit. Right, partial of the profit, you should be moving your stop to break even, and then you should be trying to hold a runner and ideally to attack these lows down here. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Stop run of those lows. But again, it's going to depend on the imbalances and if the point of control holds. Remember, the point of control currently is at 66 on the whole day. This white line right here is the POC. Awesome. Yeah. Nice one. Thanks, OX64. Here we go. Can we get a break of structure here? Failure to break structure would be a failed attempt to go lower. And as we talked about earlier on the stream, the best squeezes come after failures, right? Failures. And that would be your imbalance read. And that would be your first failure to go lower. This will now be whippy the next 15 minutes into close while they pair off all the imbalances. In fact, let's see if I can see some of them. Normally Financial G's prints it, but they seem to have been slack recently. All right. Remember, the potential trap will be that inversion of the head and shoulders we talked about. For upside, right? Nothing's confirmed either way yet. Still downside right here. This block is still holding. So this could just be like this for now. That would be amazing. I don't think we get that into close unless there's a lot of sell side that needs to get paired off, or there's a buy side that they flip. Also, when the EMAs are flat like this, see it's not printing anything. It's just bearish in the higher time frame. And the EMAs are doing this. These are not, this is scalp zone, right? I think we talked about it earlier. This is like liquidity building. See money, take money when they're flat like this. When they're trending like this is hold on to your trend. They're trending like this, hold on to your trend. Hold on to your trend. Hold on to the trend. You get the point, right? When they're sideways like this, it's not fun. This is shit action. This is what we've had for like 13 days, other than this beautiful move on Tuesday. And you can also tell from the daily chart, right? Trading inside a lot. All right, trying to reclaim. Which side do they want to run out? All right, we flip bullish again here. Through this block now. Can they run it? Do we start really attacking now? Remember we talked about that potential trap, potential inversion to run upside. Okay, first level stops, second level stops, third level stops, lower time frame algo. All the other stops are right up here. You're not getting up there in, well, maybe you are, but unlikely in 10 minutes. But maybe it can search for some liquidity right here. Oh, VIX just snapped, baby. Fresh lows. Here we go. Did it give a pullback on a 1 minute? Nope, straight up. Wow. Oh yeah, slight one here. So a little W here on a 1 minute. Yeah, probably a bit nicer to trade that, but very high risk into close. Can I get rid of the drawings? Jeez. All right, so failed to even run those stops out. So they probably just paired off the imbalance there. And the imbalances did just come out 43 seconds ago, so that makes sense. So we probably had a sell side imbalance there. They always come out 10 minutes before market close. And can they pair them off now? This is why I never trade market close for imbalances, because you just don't know what they're going to do. What a nasty range, dude. Wow. we go. Can it break structure now? Check if the imbalance is actually printed. Financial do so slow now. Here we go. All right, S&P 1.2 billion buy side. NASDAQ 1.2 billion buy side. Dow 400 million buy side. Mag 7 200 million buy side. So that means there was a lot of buys which didn't get filled, which they have clearly already paired off because we're selling. And this is what I mean. You have to be aware of it. It's an algo. Yeah, tell that to Morgan Stanley. I'd love to see those lows get absolutely wrecked. I just don't think it's going to happen in 8 minutes. I feel like they've protected it so much. Maybe. What a nasty few minutes this is. I mean, even that's pretty wild, eh? Like, back in the day, I don't feel like you'd get that. 33. Fuck me. 60 points already. Shows your breaker structure, so now you're looking for new downside breaker structure to here. If it does that, then it probably really can get down here. These guys are going to be very upset if they get run out before the weekend. If they're looking to swing long and they get run out before the weekend, they're going to be very upset. And we're adding liquidity downside now. 55 added on the tape. 50, 45 added on the tape. They're trying to drag it down. Here we go. Oh, they're just toying with them. These bulls are going to be so upset. So upset. Just do it already. Run them out. Run them out. So you can see this move here was the imbalance, the buy side imbalance. Remember, they had buy orders to be filled. It would run up, they paired it off, and they slammed it. You got to run it now. You're so close. There's no way you don't run it now. New lows coming, for sure. Come on. No way you don't run that. So you saw in a 1 minute, you would have got a sell signal just in time for it, but honestly, these are not worth taking. It's so risky. And it's really good if we close weak and we gap down Monday, it's really good for next week. Makes Monday's trading much easier. Which is possible. Who knows what headlines we get over the weekend with geopolitics and American politics, and so much at stake right now. Braver man than me if you're holding over the weekend any positions, especially anything of size. All right, 3 minutes left. So new breaker structure here will be this for continuation, and it can trade up to here and still be a short. And if it breaks this structure, it's gonna run that low. There's just so many stops sat down there. ES just had an attempt at it. VIX is back up at 2233s. And Nvidia is under 103 again. So you'd want to, ideally this wick rejects, and if not, this body rejects. But ideally, for continuation, you'd want this wick to reject. If not, this body up here. Again, as always, you can just fib the whole thing. All right, so this, you'd want this to stay heavy. All right, this has to stay heavy. But you're into close, you're into the final minute or 2 minutes, like, there is a lack of edge here always. You're inside range, you're into the close, you're into the imbalances, you're into the end of the week. All right, so this body. Can we close weak? Come on, do it. Do it for fun. 37 on the bid. 37 on the bid again. 12 on the bid for a second and they pulled it. 12. Go on, put that on. That'll drag it. All right, 40 seconds left. I hope you all had a good trading week. I hope you learned something today. Check out the channel. Drop me a like, drop me a comment, drop me a subscribe. I'll get a new educational video out over the weekend, and maybe I will see you guys next week. In fact, not maybe. Definitely I'll see you guys next week. Yeah, get off the charts. You know, trading is not everything. There's a whole world out there. Don't get too glued to your chart. Make sure that you're getting a good work-life balance. And I will be back next week. Peace out.